Woke up this morning hoping for a Penn State win. Kickoff in about 5 minutes on the Big Ten Network. We're currently in double overtime with Indiana and Michigan State. 39-31 Hoosiers, as it is senior day for the Spartans. Penn State, of course, defeated Indiana 2 weeks ago in their last road game and will be on the road for the final time today at Rutgers coming up shortly. Penn State to host Michigan State next week for senior day, I might add. But since this game's in double overtime right now, the start, unless this game finishes in the next 5 minutes, the start of the Penn State Rutgers game, as these are in fact my live watch along reactions, thank you for tuning in and listening, will begin 3:40 Eastern Time in its entirety on the Fox Sports app, which we have pulled up. So when they go live and kick off, we won't miss a second. Hopefully this game ends shortly though, so we can watch it from start to finish on the Big Ten Network. See what happens here. But of course, as always, thanks for tuning in and listening. Your host Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, the thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Rutgers. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. Have seen a lot of hard fought, close, down to the wire football games this November Saturday, the next to last weekend in the regular season before the conference championships in 2 weeks' time. So we'll see how some of these 3:30 games are kicking off now, how some of these noon games are about to end. There's a Hail Mary and incomplete. Michigan will hold on to win. 19-17 your final score from the Big House against the Fighting Illini of Illinois, who have now lost 3 straight. We saw TCU go to Baylor, run the field goal unit on as the final seconds were ticking down. Kicks up and good. Horned Frogs win. So we've almost seen 2 top 5 teams lose here already today. Penn State, of course, ranked 11th in the country in the college football playoff rankings at 4-6 Rutgers, who need to win out to become bowl eligible. Penn State has not lost to Rutgers since 1988. They own the all-time series, 30 wins and 2 losses. The other loss was over 100 years ago, back in 1918. However, I might add, the last time Penn State lost on this very day, November the 19th, was also back in 1988. So I guess if Penn State does, in fact, lose today, I'm going to go find the La Brea sinkhole and travel back to 10,000 BC for all of it. But Penn State, honestly, today, with all the injuries they have, which we'll get to those in a minute, if they can just run the damn football and play Penn State defense, they'll be okay. They're a 19-point favorite on the road, over-under set at 45. Coming off of a shutout win at home last week against Maryland, their 13th shutout in as many years, I might add, whereas Rutgers lost to Michigan State. Michigan State, 4th down, need a touchdown on a 2-point to tie it to go to triple overtime. And then, of course, Penn State and Illinois fans know quite well what happens now when you enter the third overtime and beyond. Of course, you have to go for 2 points. It's just a 2-point play until somebody wins the game. But as the snow falls, they got scored and go for 2 to continue the game. It seems like Indiana's going to hold on to win, but got a timeout. So we'll be getting to Penn State Rutgers here. Matter of seconds, hopefully right now, as it is 3:40 Eastern. They had said it would start on the Fox Sports app if, in fact, this game was not over yet. It's 3:40 and the game hasn't started on the Fox Sports app yet. So There we go. Rutgers on the kickoff. Penn State back deep to receive. We're going to go to Big Ten Network, though, here in a second anyway. Because Indiana defeats Michigan State double overtime, 39-31, your final score. Pass intercepted in the end zone. So touchback on the opening kick for Penn State. They'll start off 1st and 10 from the 25 with Sean Clifford, the Big Red Dog, in at quarterback. Of course, expecting Kevon Lee to return sometime soon at running back, but of course they still have Nick Singleton, who's going to get the start today, along with the fat man and Katron Allen. Parker Washington reportedly out. Talk about an injury. Comes at not necessarily the worst time, but still sucks. Lower leg injury, out for the year. So now we go to Big Ten Network. They get a yard on the first play, I might add. We got the voice of Madden, Brandon Gaudin on the call. 2nd and 9, Penn State from the 26. So left to right across your television screen, ready on auto dial. The handoff again up the middle. And 5 yards for Jolly St. Nick, a month from Christmas. Hopefully everyone has a happy Thanksgiving next week as well. But 3rd and 4. As the sun's out. Got to convert. 3rd and 4 from the 31. Trips top of your screen. So with Washington out, who's stepping up at receiver? Clifford going to get sacked and then gets rid of it right at the last second. Incomplete. Intended for Gunter Lambert-Smith. So 4th down, and Penn State will punt to begin the game with a quick 3-and-out, only gaining a total of 6 yards on 2 runs and then an incompletion. So we'll hit the reset button here in a second now that we're live. Following Big Ten's late delay getting us to the game because of the prior game, but it is what it is. Nothing we can do about it. Penn State on the punt, so here comes everybody's favorite big, fat, purple man, Barney Amore, gonna try to pin him deep. We'll see where they spot it at. Be Rutgers 1st and 10 with some decent starting field position around 25-30 yard line, looks like. So Penn State defensively, talk about injuries once again. Joey Porter Jr. was out last week, emergency appendectomy, got his appendix out. Supposedly, he should be okay for the bowl game. They played okay, I thought, without him, though, last week. Curtis Jacobs, we'll see if he's back today or not. Doesn't seem like he's out there right now, though, as Musfer off the edge with some pressure. Rutgers pass incomplete. So, the big thing with Penn State football right now is injuries. They've been able to find a running game, though, this year for the most part, which, compared to the past few years is a damn good thing to once again have. But it's still next man up, with all the injuries. That's why you have as many players as you do on the roster, on the depth chart. Late in the year here, some players have already burned red shirts. Some are, right on the edge. We'll see who they continue to play versus who they don't. Especially if these injuries are piling up, could hurt that situation, could also help, for the future, more playing time, more experience. But, we'll see what it gives. But Rutgers with a 3rd and 12 here, 32-yard line. And pass going to be incomplete. So 2 3-and-outs to begin the game. And Penn State going to get the ball back. So 12:51 to play in the first. And coming off a shutout win last week against Maryland, Penn State also shut out Rutgers last year. 28-0 when they met this very weekend, right before Thanksgiving. When Rutgers, initially joined the Big Ten, the 2 games in 14 and 15 were already scheduled as non-conference games. So they kept them in September. But then from 16 on, they met mid-November. And like I said, Penn State hasn't lost to Rutgers since '88. So fair catch signal 4th to 20. Mitchell Tinsley returning punts. Yeah, so Parker Washington, that report seems to be true. Out with an injury, lower body leg injury, and seemingly done for the season in his junior year. So he's going to have a decision to make, of course, if he's going to take a step up and go to the NFL, declare for the draft, or return. I would think he'd be better off coming back. Because then, of course, for presumably Drew Aller at quarterback next year, and a two-headed monster in the backfield, you're going to lose Tinsley because he's only here at Penn State for this year as a grad transfer from Western Kentucky. Lambert Smith should be back, I would have to think, but then they still got depth at receivers. That's the one position James Franklin's been able to recruit extremely well. As he looks for his 100th career all-time win as a college football head coach, currently at 75 with Penn State, so it would be his 76th win as the Nittany Lion head coach, with 100 all-time from his 3 years prior at Vandy before he got the Penn State gig in 2014. And there's a lot of interesting tidbits about that 100th win that we'll get into a little bit later on. But yeah, so we hit the reset button. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Link in the description below. Watched Indiana defeat Michigan State double overtime 39-31. And then also saw both TCU and Michigan come back and win on game-winning field goals. And what was the other game we were watching at noon? Oh, that's right. Another Big Ten matchup, as we'll see another here in about 10 minutes or so in the Big Ten West. We had saw Nebraska up at home from Memorial Stadium in Lincoln on Wisconsin, but the Badgers came back and won by 1. So, like I said, a lot of close games here early. I think Penn State's going to have some trouble here early against Rutgers, as they, for the most part always do. But they'll pull away late and find a way to win. Good teams, especially late in the year, find ways to win football games. So, Indiana defeating Michigan State, TCU defeating Baylor, Wisconsin defeating Nebraska, and Michigan defeating Illinois are the 4 games that I watched at noon. We're now currently watching as Penn State gets about 8.5, maybe 9. Bretton Strange down the far sideline. Yeah, Parker Washington. Okay, they do break that news that he's hurt and out for the game and the season. So that's known now, rather than having to wait to hear it from Franklin himself in a press conference. But Singleton, 2nd and 2, should be enough for first down. We've got Penn State Rutgers. We'll have Georgia Kentucky on here, along with Ohio State Maryland, Miami Clemson, but Iowa Minnesota, and then Texas Kansas. So a lot of good 3:30 games. And then we'll get into the nightcap. Coming up at halftime, as always, we'll have first half stats and scores. Slant over the middle complete to Lambert Smith for about 4 yards. So 2nd and 6 for Penn State here, a couple minutes in. On their second drive, as both teams went 3 and out to begin the game. If you're just not tuning in, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. But we're going to recap college football from last week and what's already happened this week, and then also preview next week as well for the final regular season weekend, in which Penn State will host Michigan State on Senior Day. And, with the Spartan loss just a second ago in double overtime at home against Indiana, who Penn State blew out a couple weeks ago, and then a shutout win against Maryland last week. Rutgers, Maryland next week, I might add as well. Michigan State's going to have to beat Penn State next week to become bowl eligible. So Penn State's already regained, defeated Minnesota, and won back the Governor's Victory Bell. Why not get back the Land Grant Trophy as well and defeat Michigan State and keep them out of the bowl game next week, sending them into next year early, as Penn State will, of course, get extra practices and prepare for a bowl game. They're 8-2, with 2 games to play. Clifford goes down on sack on 3rd down, so they'll punt again. Rutgers are getting the ball back. As mentioned, the past few games, 8-4, 8-5, if they lose the bowl game, would be a disappointment at this point. Barney with a couple bad punts. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but he's been top-notch up until just recently. He had a bad punt last week. All right punt to begin the game. That one a little worse. Another commercial break here, so still zeros across the board. Rutgers getting the ball back 1st and 10 after the Penn State punt. But we'll see what it gives. Trying to think what I was saying there. With Penn State's record 8-2, yes. Disappointment if they would, lose out, as they, stumbled down the stretch last year. 5-0 just as they started again this year, but then lost 6 of 8. At least, okay, this year didn't repeat itself. It was 5-1, and then they won. And they lost again, and they just won 2 straight for the first time since late September, early October, the past 2 games. So, we got to continue to build, of course. Run the damn ball. So they're without Kevon Lee at running back, Parker Washington now at receiver. I mean, all year in the past few years, for God's sakes, with not having a running game. Now they do. They still need to get these damn tight ends involved, for God's sakes. Like, play calling needs to be better at times. I haven't thought the offensive line, was too bad. It looked pretty damn good. They got some injuries up front there as well, but there's potential to, win out 9-10 win regular season, which at this point should be 10 with a win today and a win next week, but don't get too far ahead of ourselves. This is why they play the games, not side on paper, side on the field. But then to potentially, depending on what else happens, you're going to have 2 Pac-12 teams lose tonight, one way or another, whether they're heady in the rankings or not. It's going to factor into, as Penn State moved up a couple spots this past week, could continue to move up and then not have to play a conference title game, which, okay, isn't a good thing to, say, but for a bowl game, they might be on the outside looking in of the New Year's Six, but they might be getting in once again to play in either, depending on what happens, in no particular order, because it can't be unless they make the playoffs somehow, some way, which ain't going to happen. Not this year, at least. They've been in the top 12, a good portion of 6 of the 9 years that Franklin's been at the helm. And Rutgers gets a first down there after a 7-yard gain and then a first down run, so they'll move the 6. But, with the playoff semis is the Peach and Fiesta. You're looking at the rose, cotton, sugar, and orange from west to east, but the sugar is going to be out of it because the tie-ins are with the Big 12 and SEC. Penn State gets the Rose Bowl if something happens to Michigan and Ohio State. They play in the game next week, I might add. It'd be the second highest ranked Big Ten team, unless the Big Ten gets 2 teams in the playoff. But, of course, they play next week. So, unless it's a close game, who knows. Rutgers first down. Let's play in the first quarter here. Deep in Penn State territory now at the 28-yard line. But then you're looking at the Cotton and Orange Bowl along with Citrus and Outback, or whatever the hell it's called now, since they don't sponsor that, for free Bloomin' Onions the day after the game. But second down and 6 for Rutgers. Penn State defensively, pressure. Manny Diaz fired by Miami. Franklin brings him in as a defense coordinator. Penn State still playing blue-collar defense. Put your hard hat on, go to work. And for the first time since 2007, they've had back-to-back games as that passes over the middle, incomplete, in which they've had 6+ sacks in 2 straight games. So, records being broken. Diaz, a Broyles Award finalist for the top assistant in college football right now. Seems like it's going to be a 1-year deal because his name's going to be coming up, I would have to think, for some potential openings with the coaching carousel about to turn. 3rd and 6, and that pass incomplete. They almost got beat, but pass is underthrown and incomplete. 4th and 6. So Rutgers going to bring out the field goal unit, try to get on the board. First, and I might add, Penn State is undefeated when they score first. They're also undefeated when they control the clock of 30 minutes or more and lead it into the 3rd quarter. So, 42-yard kick for Rutgers. And the kick's up and good. So Rutgers leads 3-0. 8:08 to play in the 1st quarter. So, cross that off. But with everything I've said, okay, it's still next man up mentality for Penn State football. The pressure with the defense. Had 2 straight games of 6+ sacks. I've had, which is top in the country, 14 different players on defense with at least 1 sack this year. Good to see Adisa Isaac back. Denai Dennis Sutton, true freshman, number 33, has been playing somewhat okay. But Tar Burton and Chop Robinson, okay, battled some injuries, but I think today they need to step up a little bit. PJ Muster in the middle as well. It's a quiet year, but, still making tackles, stopping the run. So if Penn State can run the ball on offense and stop it on defense and, force and capitalize off turnovers, they'll be okay. Relying on Penninger's had 2 50-yard field goals past 2 games as well. But it doesn't seem like, as they've just been hit by the injury bug, it's still next man up. Kevon Lee's not back. Curtis Jacobs ain't back. Neither's Joey Porter Jr. Parker Washington's out now with an injury, and then up front on the offensive line. Recently, they've lost Tangwell for the year. Alu's been hurt. Same with Caden Wallace. Hunter Norzad was banged up, has since returned, but they just got to, long story short, find a way to win football games. Last week, yes, they didn't do much in the second half. It was 27-0 at halftime, and they win at 30-0. But, they stopped Maryland offensively. Maryland did not once at all last week get inside Penn State territory until late in the 4th quarter. They went for it and didn't get it. Even with the weather then, weather ain't a factor today. It's 40 degrees and sunny out. It's not as cold as it's been. No snow in the forecast by any means. But Rutgers on the kickoff again. They kicked off to begin the game. So whether they won the toss and deferred and kicked off, or Penn State won the toss and won the ball, we'll find out to begin the second half, because I don't know, because they brought us into this game late. Nick Singleton on the kickoff return, out past midfield, and he's gone. Touchdown Penn State with 7.57 and counting. 100 yards for Singleton. We are. Wow. Turned on the Jets and see you later. Eat my rubber. Dad, I think you mean eat my dust. Hit the hole, and that was a touchdown when he was at the fucking 40-yard line. Extra points, good? Yes. Okay. 7-3 Penn State, just like that. 100-yard kickoff return. Matter of seconds, Penn State goes up 7-3. So, yeah, 2 offensive drives, 2 punts. Maryland had a punt, and then they get on the board with a field goal, but then, boom, sit your ass back down. Fuck yeah. Singleton putting the chain on, and he goes the distance. And I'm surprised I haven't talked about special teams yet today, but now I'm going to. Normally would have by now. I mean, I did a little bit with Penninger. You know, yeah, he's made 2 50-yard field goals recently. Okay? And that's big for him. But I've stated a few times this year about the return game. It's been quite a while since Penn State has had either a kickoff or a punt return for a touchdown. And from what I can recall, I believe it was Michigan State in 2020, 2 weeks before Christmas, if I'm not mistaken. I have to look into that. If anybody does in fact know, let me know in the comments. But, you know, hey, take your points how you can get them. Well, now special teams a big factor, and Rutgers going to return a kickoff to the 20-yard line. Almost had back-to-back kickoff returns for touchdowns on 2 straight kickoffs. Jesus Christ, will somebody tackle somebody now? So now Rutgers has a spark. They have some momentum. They said, hey, you can do it. Well, so can we. But that was down the far sideline. He had a little bit of a convoy. Singleton just hit the hole and was gone. He had green grass in front of him with no one to block. Like, it was him and the guy that was trying to tackle him. But he was gone and had a touchdown, like I said, about the 40-yard line. So now Rutgers going to go hurry up, 22-yard line, 1st and 10. So now as we, started slow, we're picking up the pace and got to get a stop on defense. So we'll see who steps up. Like I said last week with Joey Porter Jr. out, it seemed like, they were okay without him. Jair Brown still at safety, Keaton Ellis, along with Johnny Dixon and Daquan Hardy, stepping up. I've thought Jalen Reed's played extremely well recently. These linebackers, no doubt about it, still need to make some plays. Bill Carter, seemingly your number one. Elsden's still there. Pass complete. Rutgers 1st and goal inside the 10. And, Sutherland's making some plays. The King twins on defense, they're playing. Penn State, that's the thing. They've played a ton of guys, top to bottom, left to right, offense, defense, special teams, but more so than not on defense all year, especially the first month of the year. And then, past month or so, it's quieted down a little bit because of the red shirt. But now, late in the year, like I said earlier, you're at that point in time where you just got to figure out who you're going to play here and there, and then, go from there and just play. But it's just the pressure. They need to continue to bring pressure, which they have. I'm not complaining about it. It just needs to be more and more and more. Of course, don't do too much of it and then put yourself in a corner where you're going to bite and then they beat you deep on the play action. Out of the pistol, Rutgers caught touchdown, Scarlet Knights. So 9-7, extra point to come. So just like that, after a punt, another punt, Rutgers with a field goal, Penn State with a kickoff return, 100 yards for a touchdown. Rutgers with a 80-yard return, And then a couple plays later, they end up scoring and retake the lead. So they're averaging about 19 points a game. Penn State's giving up about 19 points a game. So Rutgers, 10 minutes in, about halfway there. When Penn State's averaging 34 a game. So here's the extra point. Up and good, 10-7 Rutgers as Penn State will get the ball back. So, like I said, I figured, always, at least early on, Penn State, it's just typical Penn State football, start slow. They're out of their ass and then, find a way to come back and win if they're down, or if they do get up and make stops on defense, just hold on to it, if that makes any sense. But Rutgers giving them some trouble here early, of course. Shawano, former Penn State assistant in a second stint with Scarlet Knights. Probably shouldn't have ever left them for the Bucks to begin with, but he did. Got fired, and then worked his way back up as an assistant and got the Rutgers job once again. And this time late in the year when these two teams have met. Other than in 2020. So we'll just count last year and this year because, 2020 was 2020 for everyone. But that was his first year back in Piscataway. He added them at 5-5. And then they finished below 500 last year. Somehow still went to a fucking bowl game, though. Got beat, but they still went to a bowl game, which is good for the conference. And if, Penn State wins today, well, Rutgers would be out of it. Because, like I said, they got to win out, become bowl eligible. But you still want them to, one way or another, along with Maryland, it's the final week of the year. Just everybody you beat, as always, you want them to go win. It makes you look better. But he has Rutgers sit right about 500. A couple games below right now, 4-6. But Shawano's been the one that's been able to win at Rutgers. Comes back and now they're in the Big Ten compared to when they were, in the Big East when he was there before, and top 5 team in the country for God's sakes. But they have Penn State right where they want them at now, and like I said, knew at least early they'd give them some trouble. I didn't think they'd be up 10-7 right now. 10 minutes in. Like I said, a slow start, and then 2 big explosive plays, 2 touchdowns, and hell, it was 0-0 a couple minutes ago. Now 17 points total have been scored. It's 10-7 Rutgers. Penn State back deep to receive, and from the 13-yard line on the return, here's number 13, Katron Allen. He gets to the 21 for an 8-yard return. So it'll be 1st and 10 Penn State from there. So they don't, of course, return back-to-back kickoff returns for touchdowns. But run the football. Still early. See what happens. But just long story short, once again, with everything I've said, get out healthy. Still next man up mentality, though, with all the injuries they have. So, the defense was put in a tough spot there on that last Rutgers touchdown because of the return. Short field, and they end up scoring. Probably would have kicked another field goal anyway. Got an injured Rutgers Scarlet Knight down. So we'll see if we take an injury timeout. Looks like we will with 5:51 to play in the first. So 10-7, 1st and 10 Penn State from 21 when we return. But Penn State offensively, just run the damn ball. Singleton, Fat Man. Like I said, we'll see who steps up at receiver. Parker Washington. He's been the number one for a good while now at this point. But Tinsley at times seems like he's the number one because Parker Washington, even with having a big game every once in a while, he goes back into his shell and, has quiet games. A couple catches for a couple yards here and there, and then, of course, in the return game. So Tinsley's your number one receiver today. He's also returning punts. Singleton, of course, 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Lambert Smith targeted. Harrison Wallace out there as well. Malik Mega playing a lot on special teams, but played some receiver last week. I think of all the receivers, though, especially some of the younger guys that they have, as they get about 2, maybe 3 yards on that run. I think true freshman number 18 from Killeen, Texas, and Amari Evans, as they've already burned his red shirt, could potentially be the one that gets, as they'll line up in the trips from the 23, 2nd and 8 here, reps from him and a few of the other potential Liam Clifford in that mix, along with Doughton and Saunders. But then also continue to get your ball, and they've got another injury timeout to the tight ends. And they go back to Strange on that. He's truly their number one tight end. Theo Johnson this year, he's not there. He is, but he isn't. They still have Tyler Warren, but, they really don't do much with him. He's more of a blocking tight end than anything. But they still have depth at that position like they do at receiver. Because that's the thing I've been saying. Like, if they can put it all together, if they can click, find some momentum, rhythm, and sync up, there's some serious potential with what they can do. But there's always high expectations for Penn State football to begin with. But with that being said, Franklin's been able to recruit extremely well. And they, of course, will have another strong recruiting class coming in next month into February. Into next year as they show off the Big Ten standings. So, yeah, following Penn State, Rutgers, and Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Nebraska, and TCU, Baylor, we're now watching Penn State, Rutgers, Georgia, Kentucky, Iowa, Minnesota, and Texas and Kansas. Of course, Ohio State and Maryland on right now as well, along with Miami and Clemson. But 5:01 to play in this first quarter, 3rd and 3 for Penn State, down 3, 10-7 your score. I wouldn't mind going deep, but you got to get a first down, man. Just get the first down first off. Whether that's going to be a run here, maybe a screen. They do run it up the middle. Katron Allen going to spin, and looks like he has enough for a first down. But they'll mark him about a half-yard short. 4th and half-yard from the 30-yard line. Punt the fucking ball. You're down 3, ball at the 30-yard line. You got to punt the ball here. You can't go for it. You're already down and then not get it and then give up a score and then be down even more. You punt the ball and play field position. And maybe he actually did fucking, learn to play smart football here early because there's a lot of football left. 4:14 and counting to play in the first quarter and down 3. And you just got to get stops on defense. Talk about the pressure once again and turnovers. Penn State downs it. We'll see where they spot it at. Rutgers then picks it up and returns it, but be 1st and 10 Rutgers. Up 3, 10-7 when we return. So, just as always, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Coming up at halftime, there's stats and scores as always. Recap last week, what's going on this week, preview next week as well. And, hopefully Penn State can get to 9 wins and get to senior day healthy. Hopefully beat Michigan State, get their other trophy they play for back as well. Get to 10-win regular season, get to, potential New Year's Six Bowl Because like I said, wouldn't you rather have a 10-win regular season rather than a 9, and then win your bowl game and get an 11-win season, rather than, and still, okay, 10-win year is good. You finish at 9-3 in the early season and then win the bowl game, still 10-win year, but wouldn't you rather have first things first there, like I said, with a 10-win regular season, get to a bowl game, you win it, get to 11, and even if you lose, it's still a 10-win season. 3 yards for Rutgers, 2nd and 7 make it. Yeah, pressure. Jacobs is out there playing, okay. Comes off the edge, held, but no flag. That pass on the wheel route incomplete. So, yeah, your 3 backers on that play there were Curtis Jacobs, Elsden, and Abdul Carter from near to far side. But good to see him back. They're still missing, of course, some other key pieces, though, with injuries. But it's still, once again, next man up mentality. That's why you have as many guys know, everyone on scholarship, everyone that's a walk-on, everyone on the roster. For God's sakes, they run a tight end screen incomplete. 4th down, Rutgers will punt. So get the ball back. Try to tie this game up. Retake the lead. It seemed like it was, calm there early. It's quiet, slow, yeah. Teams were settling down and settling in early. But then you have those 2 big explosive plays with the kickoff returns, a couple touchdowns. And now, I feel like Penn State more so than not, fair catch at the 11. They'll have to do that once again. They really haven't shown much on offense other than the kickoff return, 100 yards for a touchdown. Offense wasn't out there, though. It was a kickoff return, special team. Singleton all by himself. But had some good blocks, and he hit the hole, and, touchdown. But you got to establish your running game. And if they can, they'll be okay. Just don't turn the ball over. But at the same point in time, we've said this enough. And he's gotten shit on just as much and as bad as James Franklin's been shit on. But Sean Clifford's going to have to make some plays. 1st and 10, slant over the middle, complete Tinsley for 9 yards. 2nd and short here. So, just you got to settle back down in. Cool, calm, and collective. Keep it simple. Balance and consistency, man. Run to pass to run. Ball, of course, to your tight ends, but over the middle, complete the 40, out to the 45. Harrison Wallace, number 6, 1st down, Penn State. So, continue to build off of this. Okay? Keep it going, work the sticks. It's back-to-back passes. They'll throw again on a bubble screen, a little high, incomplete, intended for Andre Lambert-Smith. 2nd and 10, 2-2-2 to play in the 1st. Run the ball. Work the screen game into it. There was a bubble screen there, but it didn't seem like he would have got anywhere anyway, but I don't know. It was incomplete. But out of the gun with 2 top, 2 bottom back, that is the fat man. They're looking his way on the screen, but then into the dirt, incomplete. So 3rd and 10 for the blue and white. Down 3, 10-7. Hell, if you don't get it, you punt, you pin them deep, you get a stop on defense, get the ball back, good field position, and then go from there. Get to halftime, but Trip stop your screen. If you can get a first down, of course, get a fucking first down. Clifford going to step up and run. And almost fumbled. Even with that, he still didn't have enough for a first down. So that'd be about, 4th and 4? They'll punt. No, you punt here. Rutgers, another injured defender. It's a third in many minutes here. You punt the ball. You do not go for this. You don't have, any momentum on your side right now. And getting a first down, yes, would give you some. No doubt about it. But punt the damn ball. Punt. Another commercial break. So I guess we're getting a lot of those today. But it seems like today they're going to be looking to pass to run more than the opposite. I mean, Rutgers, they're honestly not that bad. They're not. Talk about Shiano earlier. But Rutgers at the same time as Rutgers. Okay? Like, the Big Ten only got them, so they say, for the New York market. Well, there's really no college football in the Northeast with Rutgers and Boston College and, Syracuse. Other than Penn State. Okay? So, no doubt about it. Them in Maryland, it just still doesn't make sense that they're even in the Big Ten for that matter. But academically and then money and everything else, other sports as well, yeah, makes sense. But, Penn State has how many players from Jersey? Rutgers has, a couple players from Pennsylvania. But regardless of that being said, whenever these two teams meet, Penn State's putting it to them. Another typical slow start, regardless of who they're playing, though, for Penn State. But like I said, figured, okay, here a little bit. I didn't think they'd have a lead once again. Hell, I didn't think we'd have 2 kickoff returns the way we did either. But, of course, that's why the game is played. We can think and, talk and have this opinion about it all we want. Game ain't set on paper, set on field. 4th and 3. They're going to punt. And rather than Barney and Moore, it'll be number 97 and the true freshman from the hot Atlanta area in the ATL, Alex Bacchetta. So pin them deep. Got a late whistle and a false start. Jesus Christ. Now you're shooting yourselves in the foot with penalties that, Jesus Christ, man. 5 yards, they'll replay it down. So they'll still punt. But, no, he played last week. I mean, offensively, their biggest downfall this year is getting the ball to the tight ends. Defensively, it's the linebackers stepping up at times. Special teams, it's special teams as a whole. Other than some punting. But now that's starting to hurt them. Like, it's reversing. Kicking game's getting better. Punting sucks again. Like, can't have it all go, one way, and I understand that. But show off some highlights of Rutgers' first ever Big Ten Conference game back in 14. It was against Penn State, night game, mid-September. So that game and in 15 games were in September because their originally scheduled as non-conference games. And then Rutgers joined the conference, and they kept it the way it was. And then since then, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and here today in 2022, been mid-November. 20 was in December because of the late start, but play late in the year. These teams are 4.5, 5 hours apart from one another. Penn State's only allowed 4.9, not even 5 points. 4.9 points per game against the Scarlet Knights since 2014. So, defensive turnover, Kobe King. Talk about the linebackers. Was he down? Those the big question. It's a defense touchdown for Penn State on a scoop and score. 13-10, 50 seconds to play in the quarter. So Penn State scoring off of a 100-yard kickoff and a defensive touchdown here early. And if offensively they can find a running game and, keep it simple, be all right. Was he down is the question. They're going to review it. His elbow is down right there, but that ball is out. That ball is out. Marquise Wilson and Double D on the hit. They're going to think about it and hopefully tell us something good. Ball's coming out, hands down there, but hand ain't down. It has to be an elbow or a knee, and the ball's coming out. And that's a fumble, and that's a Penn State recovery, and about a 20-yard return for a touchdown, and a 13-10 lead with 50 seconds to play in the first quarter. It's a touchdown. Kobe King from the Detroit area. Twin brothers Kalen in the secondary. Yeah, here's a better shot. I don't know why the hell they're showing the other angle. A low hit from Wilson. DeLuca with a hit there to the back. Ball's coming out. And the hand ain't down because that's to, reestablish yourself. It has to be an elbow or a knee or any other, part of the body. The ball's out. Penn State recovers about the 14-yard line. About a 14-yard return for number 41. For anyone dyslexic. Roll on the field's a fumble and a Penn State recovery and a touchdown. So they have to find indisputable evidence to return it. They ain't going to have it. That's a fucking touchdown. That is a touchdown. It's a fumble recovery, and a scoop and score for 6. Touchdown Penn State, as it was on the field. No. Hands down right there. Where's forearm, elbow, ball, a fumble. After review, rolling stands, touchdown Penn State. Extra point to come, 13-10. Nittany Lions. So, 100-yard kickoff return and a 14-yard fumble scoop and score for 6. That's how they score today. Did I think that would happen today, let alone at any point in time this year? No doubt about it. Hoping, but not really, because they haven't shown that until now they've been able to do that. But like I've said, hey, good teams find, ways to win. And special teams and defense for scoring. As they have 2 touchdowns and as many first downs on offense. Which that might not make sense because they haven't scored on offense, but it does because they've scored on special teams on a kickoff return for 100 yards from Singleton. And then, talk about the linebackers. Kobe King, as Jacobs is playing. No Carter, wearing that iconic Penn State number 11. Elsden, Sutherland, seem to be the go-to guys. King's been playing a little bit more recently, as has his brother and Kalen King. But he's just, hey, right man, right time. And picked it up and ran into the end zone and touchdown Penn State. So they rolled it, a fumble on the field and a touchdown on the field. They looked at it. Stood as called. Touchdown Penn State, 14-10 for the Nitwits. 50 seconds to play in this first quarter. At Rutgers, kickoff left to right. And we'll have a return from the 4-yard line. And tackle by number 41, Kobe King at the 20. So 1st and 10, Rutgers from there as they bring up, which we'll get to in a minute, talked about it a little bit earlier. He does, and he gets a bunch of shit. You got to give him credit, though, for as much shit as he does get. He's been able to recruit. It's just a fact matter of, it's frustrating at times because they can't put it all together, and they should be winning games that they've lost. But slant over the middle, complete up past the 40 for Rutgers, 1st and 10. Ellis on the tackle, but yeah. Talked about that a little bit earlier. We'll dive more into it later about Franklin and looking for his 100th career all-time win, but currently only with 75 Penn State because the other 24, as he sits at 99 right now, came at Vanderbilt before he got the Penn State gig once again. But he's going to look to become the 5th active Big Ten coach to have at least 100 wins. As they showed off that list. So, I swear to God I'm bugged. I talked about all this shit fucking first 15 minutes and now they're talking about it. End of the first quarter. 14-10, Penn State. Rutgers ball, 1st and 10 when we return, but I don't give a shit. I ain't patting myself on the back either. Say what they want. I'm going to say what I want. But, no, damn good company, no doubt about it, for James Franklin. Even as, once again, as much as he gets shit on. He has a career record of 99-51, which is a .660 winning percentage. And 75 of those 99 wins with a .676 winning percentage have come right here in Happy Valley at Penn State since took over in 14. He's gone to a bowl game in 11 of 12 years. 2020 was the lone year they did not go to a bowl game. Even though they were eligible, they declined to because of COVID. I thought they still should have went because they probably would have won whoever they would have faced off against. But if they win today, becomes the 5th active currently right now Big Ten coach, at least 100 wins. 27th active FBS Division I coach with at least 100 career wins as well. Since Penn State won the Big Ten in 16, after, of course, they started off with 2 7-win campaigns in 14-15. Honestly, really thought then, and still have thought it since, and I've mentioned it before, that if they would have lost to Minnesota in 16, before they beat the Golden Gophers in overtime on the first play on 25-yard touchdown by Saquon Barkley, and then, of course, upset Ohio State a couple weeks later with the blocked field goal return for a touchdown, 24-21. Marcus Allen and Grant Haley will score. That Franklin would have been fired. And, they would have been, moving on then. But since 16, he's 61-24, which ranks 6th currently among FBS coaches with 718 winning percentage. I might add he's had numerous top 25, top 15, and top 10 recruiting classes. They've had the talent. It's just a fact of the matter of putting it all together and, playing football. So it's the beginning of the second quarter. Typical stance for him. Yeah, standing on the sideline, arms crossed, not knowing what the hell to do, let alone say at times. Did push-ups last week because of a penalty, I might add. So 7 yards, 2nd and 3, Rutgers around midfield here. But screen near side, nice tackle by Vanover, 56. 3rd and about 5 now for the red and white Block R Rutgers Scarlet Knights. But about a minute or so into the second quarter, Penn State with a 4-point lead now. They've led by 4 once before, 7-3. And then Rutgers, ended up retaking the lead. And now Penn State up 4 again. What does Rutgers do? So Neither team's been able to convert on third down yet. 3rd and 5, deep ball, incomplete. Good coverage by Johnny Dixon. Talk about James Franklin. He's right there to make the catch. Of course, on the Penn State sideline. Incomplete for Rutgers, and they'll punt. 4th down and 5. Penn State getting the ball back. So no confusion with number 3. That's Johnny Dixon, the transfer from South Carolina. Parker Washington also wears number 3 on offense, but injured, out for the year. Rutgers to punt. Tinsley going to let it bounce, and it'll be Penn State ball 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line. 14-10. Going to show off Singleton and the Fat Man. Arguably, as it's been Singleton today thus far at running back, they arguably, as they're the only FBS team with 2 freshman rushers with at least 600-plus yards rushing this year. Both of them, what I'm getting at, is arguably, depending on what happens here down the stretch, could get at least 1, maybe 2. We'll see. I honestly doubt it the way they've started today. But hand off to Singleton up the middle. Fumble. God fucking damn it. God damn, man. You have a 100-yard kickoff return. You know, you hit the hole and go. You hit the hole and went there. But then, you know, you get the ball punched out and fumble. Rutgers recovers. God damn. Can't turn the fucking ball over, man. But what I'm getting at is, you know, could have a 1,000-yard rusher for Penn State this year. Maybe 2, but not like that. You can't. No. Jesus Christ. Rutgers had a turnover. Penn State scored. Penn State with a turnover. Does Rutgers score is the big question. Defensively, got to get off the field. I mean, good starting field position, 25-yard line there, already in field goal range. Force them to kick, still hold the lead, but get a turnover yourself. Get them out of field goal range. Pressure, turnovers. That's a fucking hold. And then a sack by Elsden for 3. Jacobs off the edge again, getting held. And they're not, I mean, they're letting him play, which, okay, let him play. When it's an obvious penalty, though, fucking call it. Throw the flag. Because I've always said, if it's a penalty, call it. If it's not, don't let them play. Well, they're obviously fucking blind today. 2nd and 12 from the, where are they at? 26-yard line. Pressure up the middle of Bill Carter. He's going to sack him, but he gets out, and they get those sack yards back. So it'll be 3rd down and long here for Rutgers offensively. Might have missed the holding. They've missed holding on the Rutgers offensive line in every fucking play from the start of this game up until now, and looks like they'll continue to miss them the rest of the way. Jesus Christ. At least I'm not the only one seeing it. Like, just frustrating as all hell. But you can't turn it over and, you know, of course, expect to have a chance to win even with a 4-point lead. You got to, you know, make up for your mistake. And got a timeout by Rutgers. They're first, 12 minutes to play in the half. So, yeah, continue to talk about this stat line with Franklin and 100 wins. Shawano's just below 500 all time with about 80 wins as the Rutgers head coach. Like I said, probably should have never left to go to the NFL, but he did. Worked his way back up. And back at Rutgers now in his 3rd year. But all time has been there, honestly, since 2000. But James Franklin was mentioned since 16. 61-24, 718 winning percentage, 6th among FBS coaches, and is set to become, with a win today, the 27th active FBS coach with 100 career wins. And then will join 17 other active coaches with 100 wins at the FBS level, and of the active coaches with 100 career wins, Franklin would be one of 9 with at least 75% of their wins coming at one school. Okay. Penn State ranks top 10 all time in program wins. Michigan's nearing 1,000. A couple other schools with Ohio State, Notre Dame, USC, Texas, to name a few. Penn State's right there as well. Yes, all time have at least one, maybe 2, let alone 3 head coaches in program history with at least 100 wins. Penn State with their 900 plus career program wins, of course, Joe Paterno is still the all-time winningest head coach in college football history with 409 wins. One man, one school, 409 wins. Eight current coaches have 100 career wins with 75% of their victories at one school as well. Those are Troy Calhoun at Air Force, Kirk Ferentz at Iowa, Pat Fitzgerald at Northwestern, Mike Gundy. I'm a man, not 40 anymore, but he's at Oklahoma State, his alma mater. Navy with an upset win at UCF earlier. Ken Niumatalolo on that list as well, as is Rick Stockstill at Middle Tennessee State, and Dabo at Clemson, and Kyle Whittingham out in Salt Lake City at Utah. And talked about the rankings earlier. There's going to be at least 2 Pac-12 teams lose tonight. Battle of LA, USC and UCLA, and then Utah and Oregon. And then what happened earlier and what else is going on right now. Penn State's 11th in the country. That pass incomplete on 3rd down. Dixon with a nice big hit. If they would have said catch fumble, Penn State would have recovered. Looked like, but pass incomplete, 4th and 9. Rutgers with another 40-yard field goal. Kick's going to be no good, though, wide left. So Penn State will get off the field. Even though they turn it over, they don't give up a dime. Rutgers can't capitalize. Field goal's no good. Penn State getting the ball back, still up 14-10, with 11:50 to play as the sun goes down. Commercial break. We'll get back to the action momentarily. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. And then wrap this up with James Franklin and the potential 100 wins in his career, and 75 right now. Those make it 76 at Penn State with a win today. Of the 26 current coaches with 100 career wins, Franklin would be one of 7 with all of their first 100 wins while coming at a Power 5 program. That's ACC, Big 10, Big 12, Pac-12, SEC. Non-Power 5s, anything lower, let alone, if you want to play at the FCS level or Division II, Division III, so on and so forth. But, of course, he had 3 years at Vanderbilt. O'Brien left Penn State after 13, after 2 years. Went to the Houston Texans. Of course, currently the Alabama offensive coordinator. His name's going to be coming up for some jobs in both college and the NFL. I'd have to think this upcoming coaching carousel, we'll see where he lands. Of course, wish him best of luck. As no doubt about it. Loved Joe Pa. Liked O'Brien a lot. And then, Franklin comes in and 2 straight 7-win years. Like I said, since 61 wins. But I still feel like if they would have lost to Minnesota that day before they upset Ohio State a couple weeks later, he would have been fired in the middle of the year then, or at the end of the year, then they would have, moved on. Of course, they won the Big Ten that year. New Year's Six Bowl. Won a couple more New Year's Six Bowls. And just recently, entering this year, they were 11-11 past 2 years. 4-5 and 7-6. But now they're 8-2. So just got to continue to build. And Penn State, minimum of 30 games, against Rutgers and Maryland. back-to-back opponents. Highest win percentage in the series between current Big Ten teams. Penn State owns both, as Ohio State brings up the rear in third place against Indiana, who Penn State also beat this year, I might add. But yeah, he had 24 wins at Vandy, 76 as Penn State has as many total yards today. Wins right here in Happy Valley, the win today. Roll out, complete to Tinsley for 2. He's second and 8, but here's to finish it. He could potentially, with a win today, earn his 100th win in his 151st career game. As I hear the Blue Band, they made the trip. He would be only one of 6 of the 26 current FBS coaches with 100 wins who have earned 100 wins in less than 151 games while coaching only at the FBS level. Of course, he worked his way up as an assistant, and then got the Vanderbilt job. 9th year at Penn State, and as much as he's been shit on, from myself included, hand off to Allen on 3rd down. Penn State will punt. God damn it. So Rutgers misses the field goal. After they got a Penn State turnover, Penn State can't move the ball more than a couple yards, and they'll have to give it back. So 4th down, and Penn State on to punt again. We'll see who's punting, whether it's going to be Barney or Paqueta. But, you still got to respect the man, to an extent. You got to, root for him one way or another. Just find a way to win, man, But that's what's frustrating about it when they can't put it all together. Oh, God, there's a flag on the play for one, but then some trouble with the snap. Rutgers recovers it. It'll be Rutgers' ball. No block. He just completely fumbled the fucking snap on a punt and tried to fall on it. Yeah, he dropped it. And then they'll blow it dead with the flag, though, because it was before the punt. Offside on Rutgers. 4th and 5. Automatic first down. First down, Penn State, so they luck out. Hoo-wee. He's pissed, and rightfully so. Penn State lucks out. So 1st and 10, blue and white from the 33-yard line. Yeah, they got it. Still, of course, a lot to fix. Quarterback draw, Clifford for about 5, maybe 6. So they show a replay of that again here. What happened was Penn State punted. They give us a studio, but just trouble with the snap. Dropped it. Tried to fall on it, Rutgers recovered, but we had a flag on the play to begin with. And then it was an offside on Rutgers, and since it was 4th and 5, offside's 5 yards, first down Penn State. So 3 yards officially. 2nd and 7, another handoff, Katron Allen, and nowhere to go. He can't run the ball today. Neither can Singleton. But Singleton's had a couple more better runs in the fact there. But they're working them 2 series apiece as they, tried to. 3rd and 8, though. God damn, what the fuck are you doing? Strange, near side. Down to 40, still short. 4th down again, they'll punt again. So, even with all that, crazy sequence, nothing coming out of it. 8:44 and counting to play in the half. 14-10 Penn State. Just come on, man. Shono has a right to be pissed off. I'm not arguing that, he's cussing out the refs because he learned from the man himself. So, big punt by Penn State, and it bounces inside the 5 and will be down at the 3. All right. I'll take that. They put Barney back in to boom it. So he had a couple bad punts. Makeda had a decent punt. But then trouble with the snap. They still don't convert after the penalty. They punt, pin them deep, and now defensively get a stop. Safety would be nice for 1. Turnover would be nice for 2. 3, get off the field, get the ball back, good starting field position. 14-10. A couple timeouts, some time before halftime, score. And then, get the game in the second half. And long story short, though, Penn State has to find a running game, man. They have a lead on the road. If they can run the ball, work clock, put this game out of reach, and they're with the lead. What's the best way to explain this? Of course, they're not doing much offensively to begin with. They're 2 touchdowns, or on special teams and defense. If they don't have those, they're getting shut out right now, 10-0. But even with a lead and not doing much, Rutgers ain't doing much either. But they're keeping them in the game because, until they've get their head out of their ass and start playing, this is going to be the way it is. So I guess we just got to live with it. Somebody still needs to step up, though. Of course, offensively, they got to find a running game. But defensively, they need to call the holds. It does seem like they're missing Joey Porter a little bit today. Rutgers has, a few passes that ended up falling incomplete, but if they were caught, they would have been big first downs. They have a passing touchdown, I might add, as well. But even with the defensive scoop and score on the fumble off the big hit, Kobe King from 14 yards, and Penn State retakes the lead 14-10. Continue to bring the pressure. But then I would think, as Johnny Dixon's playing the best right now on the back end, Jair Brown and Daquan Hardy are the 2. Jalen Reed as well need to step up the most, I would have to think. But even up front, Mustafa, Tarburton, Chop Robinson. So 1st and 10 Rutgers from the 3-yard line. Out of the gun, Penn State with pressure. And deep ball picked off. Johnny Dixon to the 30. Johnny Dixon to the 25 on the return. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Penn State. Late flag, I think. Yes, penalty on the play. Maybe a hold on the return. But another defensive touchdown for Penn State today. Yeah, the interception is going to stand. It'll be a hold on the return, 10 yards from the spot, and Penn State 1st and 10 probably. Got to punch it in, though, now, if that is, in fact, what it is. On the return, what do we got on the penalty? Unless it's on Rutgers and then decline, it's a fucking touchdown again. Lot to unwind with a crazy start, to say the least. After the interception, personal foul, blindside block on Penn State on Keziah Izzard. 15 yards, automatic first down. So no touchdown, but still Penn State ball, 1st and 10. It looked like he got beat, but then he, pass was not even underthrown. The receiver just took an extra step or two, and Dixon made a play on the ball and read it. Oh, that's a bullshit penalty, too. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You threw a flag on that when there's a fucking hold. Clear as day right in front of you and you're not throwing that. No, they haven't. 1st and 10 from the 30, but Tinsley in motion. You gotta punch it in now. You gotta capitalize off their turnover again. Clifford going deep in the end zone. Ain't wasting any time, and 10 for Tinsley, incomplete. So 2nd and 10, Penn State from the 30-yard line. But we'll see what they do here. A lot to unwind. Like I said, crazy start, the back and forth. Even though it's slow, like it's just a lot. Singleton in motion, pump fake to him. Clifford going to tuck it and run. He'll get the first down. 11 yards. Don't like him carrying the ball like a loaf of bread there, but he gets another first down. So, all right. At least they have a running game with him. Last week, of course, he became the all-time leading passer in Penn State football history. He's now third most with career rushing yards by Penn State quarterback, I might add. But 1st and 10, Penn State from inside the red zone at the 19-yard line. But Singleton, fake to give to him, roll out on a tight end screen in the flat. Strange gets about 8 to the 11, but yeah. Slow, explosive, calms down again, but then it's like a roller coaster. It's like you're going fucking 100 miles an hour and then stop on a dime and then rev it again and then, maybe to 50, but then, full blown back to 100 miles an hour and just up and down all over the place here today. That's just what it feels like to me, especially with the turnovers, the penalties, the good plays, the bad plays, like. And that's not even a little bit of everything, even though we've had, a little bit of that. Penn State, Little Rutgers hasn't been able to convert on third down, and we got officially 3rd and 1. You got to run the damn ball. They audible out of the pistol now, and they'll fake the give. Come back, he's wide open. Tyler Warren walks in the end zone, touchdown Penn State. To talk about getting the tight ends involved, defensively with pressure, turnovers, capitalizing. They celebrate with whatever the hell that was. And then, special teams got them on the board to begin with. That's a damn good play call. That was executed to the fullest extent right there. So here's the extra point. And even with all the problems, they're still working out the kinks. They're just finding ways, man. Kicks up and good and make it 21-10 Nittany Lions with 6:11 to play in the half. So, they were going to run it. And that old school formation that they've loved to run, and it's worked, but it's also hurt them a bunch this year. Yeah, what the fuck kind of celebration was that? I'll digress, but they audible out of the pistol. Looked like they were going to shuffle to Singleton. Fake the give to Katron, dump it off to him in the flat on the screen far side, but no. As everybody's going to the right on the far side, you got Warren coming over the middle on a crossroom and he's wide open. And they dump it off to him. He walks in the end zone, touchdown Penn State. So, some stats officially for Penn State and Rutgers now as we near halftime. It is 21-10 for the blue and white. They unfortunately did not lead at the end of the first quarter. However, even with that, as mentioned, if they lead at the end of the third quarter and also control the clock by 30 minutes or more, they're undefeated, sitting at 8-2 right now. Clifford's 10 of 14, 75 yards passing and a touchdown. That to Tyler Warren just a second ago. He also has 16 yards rushing. Singleton 5 of 18, Katron 5 of 8. There's balance in the carries again. If only the yardage, would be more. Harrison Wallace has a catch of 25 yards. Strange has 4 catches, 24 yards. Tyler Warren, a catch for 10 yards and a touchdown. Tinsley has 10 yards receiving as well. Kendra Lambert Smith, 6 yards. Rutgers, 2 turnovers, leading to 14 Penn State points. It was a scoop and score. and then a 10-yard passing touchdown, which it was a pick six originally, but the penalty cost them, but they still punch it in. If Rutgers doesn't turn the ball over, they lead by 3 right now, 10-7. Penn State, of course, still has them that kickoff return 100 yards for a touchdown. But, even with that, like, if they, want to score on that, they haven't shown much on offense. So they still, if Rutgers doesn't turn the ball over, Penn State right now, as we near halftime, very well, honestly, could be getting shut out, let alone down a couple points. But they're up 11, 21-10, so I'm going to take it for what it's worth. Just find a way to win this game, so a couple yard loss. Be second down and 12 for Rutgers here. Yeah. I honestly don't even know what word would be best to describe this game right now. Like, you've had your highs and your lows already, and we're not even at halftime. Like, and I get you're going to get that, throughout the whole entire game to begin with, but Rutgers, just shooting themselves in the foot. The turnovers have killed them. They don't turn the ball over, like I said. Penn State's down 3, let alone getting shut out right now. 3rd and 6 for Rutgers. They avoid a sack for the time being, rolling out near side and passing complete out of bounds. So 4th down, they'll punt. Rutgers on senior day at 4 and 6. All 6 losses have come in conference. But they've got a pretty damn good home schedule, I've thought. They had Michigan on the ropes at halftime, but then Wolverines blew them out in the second half. Punt will go out of bounds around the 25, 30 yard line. We'll see this plot here. But first and 10, Penn State from the 29 officially, with under 4:50 officially to play in the half. Penn State 3 timeouts, up 11, 21, 10 your score. But Rutgers with Penn State at home today also had Michigan at home. Did have to go to Ohio State and almost had a coach fight with Shawno and Ryan Day. But they also got Iowa and Nebraska at home. So for Rutgers football to get 4 big home games like that, like just imagine if Penn State had, as Kendra Lambert-Smith catches a bubble screen down the far sideline, 1st down and 10. Flag on the play is coming back though for a hold. So now they're starting to throw the holes, but against probably not necessarily the wrong team, but just the wrong time. All right, maybe a little bit. But it's like you got to call it down the middle now, okay? But as I was saying, just imagine if Penn State had all in one year. Those, same schools all at home in, one season. Like Penn State has, at least one big, if not 2 big home games a year. If only Rutgers was better at football, like that pass incomplete out of bounds, might have been talked about a little bit more. Maybe they'd have a chance, but Rutgers really hasn't been good at football since the mid-2000s, since Shawno was there the first time before he left. From 2005, 6 on till, 9, 10, 11. And then he went to the NFL. Slant over the middle, incomplete. No pass interference. Yeah, probably good no call. 3rd and 17 to come. It's odd marking on 1st and 17 because of the hold. And then incomplete again. So 3rd down and long for Penn State here, but they've had a upset win or two here or there, but and they've had Penn State on the ropes a couple times, no doubt about it, including today. But Penn State looking away now. 3rd and 17, Clifford goes down the sack again. So, another quick 3 and out. They can't capitalize off of jack shit today. Now, that might be a stretch to an extent because they've scored 14 points off turnovers. Okay? But they get the ball back. And guess what? This defense has to go back out there now. Been on the field fucking whole first quarter, it's felt like, because offensively they haven't been able to do jack shit. It was a quick touchdown drive after the second turnover, but the first turnover was a touchdown. Had a 100-yard kickoff return as well to begin the game. So this offense needs to get rolling. They need to run the damn ball, and Clifford's got to make some plays. And if he doesn't, well, you've already burned Drew Aller's red shirt. I wouldn't necessarily say, throw him in the fire here. If you get to a good spot in the second half, as they've done the past couple games, then to get him some playing time, okay. But if it also doesn't call for it, well, then it doesn't call for it. You just got to find a way to win this game. Like, you can't, like I said, lose to fucking Rutgers. They haven't lost to Rutgers since 1988. Last time they lost on this very day, November the 19th, was also back in 1988. And they've only lost to Rutgers twice. The second other time was back in 1918 at the end of World War I. Or potentially we're on the cusp of World War fucking III with Brandon in the White House. But 2nd and 6 from the 38 for the Scarlet Knights. And Keaton Ellis makes a tackle in the backfield, 3rd down for Rutgers. But yeah, if they lose to fucking Rutgers, that's why I was joking earlier about finding the La Brea sinkhole and jumping in it and going back to fucking 10,000 BC and then seeing how Penn State would, do in the future from there. But it's been frustrating at times, but 8-2 is 8-2, and they're right on the cusp. The top 10, and should be in it. Tomorrow, Tuesday night, another sack. Abdul Carter got a flag on the play. 2:16 to play in the half. Be 4th down, maybe a timeout, get the ball back with time. But they're going to, if they continue to win, continue to move up in the rankings and be right there, for a good bowl game, win that, Preseason rankings don't mean shit, but got to hold on Rutgers, decline it, take the hold, clock stop because of the penalty, 4th down, Rutgers will punt, so you get the ball back with 2 timeouts, about 2 minutes and 3 timeouts. So, actually, Penn State does call a timeout. Smart. Just making sure they have 11 on the punt return. Take a timeout as well with the commercial break. We'll stick with it, though, live right here on YouTube. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. But, they're going to get the ball back. 2 minutes, 2 timeouts officially. And up 11. Going to try to do something before halftime, and then we'll go from there. But they got to find a running game on offense. They do. If they can, they'll be okay. But we'll see what happens. No, but then, into next year potentially, like I said, win out. Good ranking. Preseason rankings don't mean shit. But then, for 2023, you start off with West Virginia, and then Delaware, and then you get into the Big Ten. Could be very similar start to how it's been recently, a lot of wins, and then you get in the middle of the year and then go from there. They just got to find a way to win these close games and just overall find a way to win in general, but get over the hump that they've been held back by. Like I said, entering this year 11-11, but Now officially 19-13. As they sit at 8-2, up 11-10, 1st and 10 from the 33 with officially 2:07, 2 timeouts to play in the first half. Clifford, quarterback draw, and he's going to get the first down out past the 40 to the 45. They'll mark him down at the 44 officially, 1st and 10, Penn State. So, coming to halftime here, first half stats and scores. Recap college football from last week real quick, see what's going on right now, and then preview next week. Just once again, thank you for tuning in and listening, and complete 2nd down and 10. He's out with a leg injury from what I heard. 3 yards up the middle, 3rd down. What I heard was a leg injury, and he's done for the year. Now, I'm not necessarily saying take that to the fucking bank and cash it in, but that's what I heard, so take it for what it's worth. 3rd and 7. He's not playing there today, so there's some truth of he's out for something. We just don't know what type of injury or the reasoning in general. Tinsley over the middle, and big first down for Penn State. 32-yard line, 1st and 10. Still got 2 timeouts and a $1.18. So you got some time and timeouts. And, I mean, you go hurry up here, but you might want to, of course, settle down. Well, they don't. Big pass over the middle. Harrison Wallace, who entered the season wearing number 85, but now he wears number 6 and gets another Penn State first down inside the 20. And now we've got an injured Rutgers defender again, it looks like. That's been a common trend today. So timeout on the field for an injury, it looks like. But a 1st and 10 for Penn State. 1st and 10, a minute 7. Yeah, why'd they blow that dead? Because now there's not an injury, just an official timeout. Okay, I guess there was an injured player. And now with the official timeout, Greg Schiano wants a timeout, Rutgers timeout. They'll have 1 remaining. Penn State 1st and 10, minute 7 up 11. 21-10 your score. So, we'll see if they can punch. Minute 7 and 2 timeouts and new set of downs here. You got 8 shots to punch it in. Time's not necessarily on your side. It is, but it isn't because you have the timeouts. But you should be, in a good position, to score, let alone put yourself in a good position going in the second half to give yourself some breathing room if they would make some noise to just run the football and win this game. Okay? And get back healthy. All the injuries on defense or just overall in this game today have come to Rutgers, not Penn State, so knock on wood. But empty set, 1st and 10 from the 14. And now a whistle, but they let the play clock wind. That might have been coming from the stands. Quarterback draw. Sean Clifford up the gut. Touchdown Penn State. Make it 27, 28, 10. Minute 3, well, the time and timeouts doesn't fucking matter now at this point. Touchdown Penn State. And this seems like a, Penn State crowd for the most part. I mean, home away from home, at Rutgers, at Maryland, against teams they own, and Penn State, regardless of where they're playing at, including at home with 110,000, Beaver Stadium, they've always traveled well. So Shop Nittany Nation, Blue Band made the trip as well. At least a portion of them did, seems like, because I did hear them. Extra point up and good. It is 28-10 Penn State. So down 3 early. They get a 100-yard kickoff return, up 7-3. Rutgers responds with an 80-yard kickoff return, scores a couple plays later, up 10-7. It's been all Penn State 21 unanswered since. 14-10, 21-10, make it 28-10 with a minute to play in the first half. So, like I said, we'll update these stats and scores coming up at halftime here in a second. So stay tuned. But just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. At this point, midway through the third quarter, it's going to be similar as it was the past couple weeks. From the start of the month on, they're going to have a chance to, put in some backups, get some younger guys some playing time, some more experience, if they see fit, So, but we'll see who's going to be playing and who's not going to be playing in the second half. I mean, at this point, you're up 28-10 on the road, as you're up, 24-7 at halftime in Indiana and 27-0 last week against Maryland, and you won both games. Just run the ball. Clifford is all smiles on the sideline, has a passing touchdown to go with that rushing touchdown now. Penn State also has a defensive touchdown and a special teams 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Long story short with that, he doesn't really need to throw again. So, run the ball. At this point, probably be second offensive drive, third quarter, maybe late third, early fourth, depending on, what Rutgers does early as well. That we'll be seeing Drew Aller, I'd have to think, quarterback. I mean, these running backs, it's with no Kevon Lee, as Devin Ford quit the team over a month ago now. Lee's injured, as is Parker Washington, receiver. They're getting tight ends involved, a little bit more today again, thank God. But it's Tinsley, Lambert, Smith, and Wallace at receiver. Like I said earlier, I think Omari Evans is that next guy up, and then Liam Clifford, and then, Malik Mega has experience at receiver, but for the most part this year he's played on special teams. But he's there as well, as is Cade Saunders, Tyler Johnson, Anthony Ivey, along with Jaden Doughton. But as Penn State really doesn't have a running game, you're up on the road. You should be able to run the ball when you need to in the second half, hopefully. So run Singleton, run the fat man, and just get out healthy. I can't state that enough, especially as banged up as they are right now with the injuries. Up front on the offensive line, one running back down, now you got a receiver down, and we still don't know officially what it is with Parker Washington, but once again, from what I heard, it's a lower body leg injury. So take it for what it's worth, but then, defensively in the back end, Joey Porter Jr., they get Curtis Jacobs back, Pressure. Penn State playing damn good defense and capitalizing off of two Rutgers turnovers. I mean, hell, if they don't turn the ball over, they're still trailing. Rutgers putting in a backup quarterback in the meantime as well, it looks like. Just prior to halftime for whatever fucking reason. But Penn State tackle for loss in the backfield, third down. Penn State will call timeout. It'll be 3rd and 13. You're trying to get the ball back and get a punt return potentially. All right. Why not? Or at least heave it. Do something with it. All right. I don't mind that. No, but 2 Rutgers turnovers to 14 Penn State points, and you trail by 18. Like, you'd still be down 4, but it'd be a hell of a lot closer than it is if you don't turn the ball over. But at the same point, Penn State's lucky to be able to capitalize off of those turnovers. So, 28-10. Turnover would be nice right now. No doubt about it. Out of the pistol, handoff. Tackle in the backfield by Carter. Be 3rd make it 4th and 16. Timeout Penn State with 19 seconds, and they're going to make Rutgers punt. Hope for a decent punt return, and then maybe have a chance to run a play or two before halftime, and then we'll get to the third and fourth quarter from there. At halftime here in a minute, the first half stats and scores, and once again recap college football and preview next week. So stay tuned. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Fourth and 15, Rutgers on the punt. I mean, hell, just if you can, get in field goal range. Whatever you do, don't turn it over here. They almost blocked the punt. Oh, God, they fucking tipped him over, ran into him. There is no flag on the play, though, which is a good thing. Now they're just going to let it roll, and they'll down it with 6 seconds. Penn State will probably just take a knee at this point. 6 seconds from the 21-yard line, unless they heave it and play hook and ladder. Ban ain't going to be on the field for this game. Yeah, just take a fucking knee and get on the half. You're up 18. You don't want to do anything stupid. So they will take a knee. And at halftime, Penn State leads Rutgers from SHI, you can add the T at the end, Stadium in Piscataway. And that company, I might add, is from Somerset. 28-10 your halftime score. Penn State up on the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers. Sean Clifford is 13 of 20, 117 yards passing and a touchdown. We have a little confrontation with Shiano and the officials as he's going to come back and now really start talking with them. As, of course, Franklin's going to get interviewed in the meantime. See what he has to say. But they have one tunnel just like Michigan Stadium does. Disruptive. Yeah. Yep. He's right. Yeah. So, with that being said, you got to beat them deep on the play action. Yes, you got to go deep on their ass. So, Franklin with a halftime interview. They have turned it over once. Rutgers couldn't capitalize. Rutgers turned it over twice. Penn State with 14 points off of that, and they lead by 18, 28-10. So Rutgers obviously won the toss, as I missed that at the start because they brought us in late. They did kick off. I just didn't know who had won the toss and deferred to the second half. Rutgers obviously did. They kicked off, and they'll get the ball to begin this third quarter when we return. But Sean Clifford is 13 of 20, 117 yards passing, as mentioned, and a touchdown. That touchdown in the air is to Tyler Warren, who has the one catch for the touchdown and 10 yards receiving. Clifford right now also leads the team in rushing, which, okay to an extent, but ain't a good thing to have. You got to, get these running backs going because, as I've always stated, your starting quarterback's leading the team in rushing, you got a major fucking problem. He has 7 carries, 35 yards rushing and a touchdown. Singleton right behind him, 6 for 21. Fat Man, 5 of 8. Harrison Wallace, 2 catches, 43 yards. Brenton Strange has Tinsley's 3 of 31. 4 for 24 for one of the 2 tight ends they've thrown to today. I don't know where the fuck Theo Johnson's at, but Warren, 1 of 10 in the score, as mentioned. And then Kendall Smith has 3 catches, 9 yards. And Parker Washington out with an injury. Rutgers has 52 yards passing. They do have a passing touchdown to go up 10-7. Do have an interception and then a fumble. And then Penn State capitalized off both and went in. So we had 28-10 your score. Neither team can, however, convert on third down. They do have more rushing yards than they do, but it's got to be more consistent, man. You're up now with a 2.5, score lead on the road. Hopefully you can run the ball this second half. Time possessions split for the most part, 15 and change to 14 and change in the first 30. So, Penn State with a couple penalties. Yeah, like he said, they got to, of course, continue to clean up some things. But hot start after still really nothing on offense, even though they do have 2 offensive touchdowns now. Clifford responsible for both. Passing touchdown to Tyler Warren off of a turnover. And then Clifford also has a rushing touchdown from 14 yards. And then Penn State with a fumble, scoop, and score, but 2 3-and-outs to begin the game. Had a 100-yard kickoff return from Nick Singleton to go up 7-3. And then Rutgers responded with a touchdown on their own. And then it's been all Penn State since. From 3-0 to 7-3, 10-7. Make it 14-10, 21-10, now 28-10 for the blue and white. 28-10 Penn State at halftime. Hell, offensively, they haven't even, if they've stalled at that point, been able to even get field goal range to kick a field goal. Like when they've drove and actually done something with it, they've actually done something with it and scored a touchdown rather than having to settle for 3. I'm not going to mind having to settle for 3 at this point, okay? Take your points if you need it. But just run the damn ball. You got to get Singleton and Katron Allen more carries. They try to keep that balance as much as they can. They split a series or 2 apiece, on and off. I mean, hell, last week they both almost had 100 yards rushing, for God's sakes. And Singleton, of course, had 2 rushing touchdowns on 4th and short, but that was then neither here nor there now, and this is now. But, they only have Singleton and the fat man because Kevon Lee's injured, Devin Ford quit the team, and then Tank Smith, he ain't playing bad, in garbage time late. But like I said, it seems like this second half is going to be very similar to how it's been the past couple weeks. Mid-third quarter, you're going to start seeing some guys in there that, okay, getting some more playing time, get some more experience, and hopefully they can execute as good as these starters are playing. And then some, like 28-10, you're up 18 as a 19-point road favorite. I mean, I could honestly care less if you cover. Okay, I could honestly care less if the over-under hits, for that matter, which that's a touchdown away. But I'm not going to take, 8-4 finish. 8-2, you got now and get to 10, 11 wins, a bowl win. Because if not, it's going to be a disappointment. And you got to continue to build. You got to find a way to win. Okay? Might sound like a broken record, but I can't state it enough. Okay? Because that's how, in some games, how close they've been to winning. Go back to 4th and 6 and 9:26. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to get into it because that was then, of course, and this is now. And they are on a 2-game winning streak. First time since late September, early October. And the bye week, and then, of course, they lost. But then they won, and they lost again now 2 games in a row. 3, maybe 4 next week. Hell, 5-game winning streak to end the year, potentially. with a bowl win. 11-win season, building towards next year. That's the thing. They have the talent, man. Put it all together. Execute it. Play football. Just go out and play. Find a way to win. I don't care what the final score is. Just find a way to win. Ain't that hard. It is, but it isn't. I'll give you that. But 28-10 is, in fact, your halftime score here today, with the blue and white Penn State Lions on top of the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. And we're about a half hour away from eating some gabagool. But in the meantime, we're going to recap college football from last week, because we have yet to do that. That's my bad. And then we're going to also recap what's going on so far this week, and at some point in time preview what's to come next week as well. So without further ado, this was last week, week 11 in college football. And we'll get to week 12 and week 13 in a minute. But 20-minute halftime, we got some time to kill. We're all just going to show off some highlights as it is, as we continue to watch the games we're watching. But last week in college football, Eastern Michigan defeated Akron in Maction last Tuesday, 34-28. Also last Tuesday and Wednesday into Thursday and Friday and last Saturday in college football, Ohio defeated Miami, Ohio 37-21. Toledo with a touchdown win, 28-21 at home against the Ball State Cardinal. Northern Illinois, 24-21 win at Western Michigan. Central Michigan, 31-27 win against Buffalo. Kent State 40-6 defeating Bowling Green. Memphis 26-10 win against Living on Tulsa Time. Louisiana Lafayette, Raging Cajuns defeated Georgia Southern 36-17. Last Friday, we had another one-score college football game in which Cincinnati and Fresno State both won by less than 7, 27-25 for the Bearcats over the Eastern Carolina Pirates. Fresno State 37-30 over UNLV, and then USC 55-17 win against the Buffalo from Boulder, Colorado. Georgia, number one team in all the land, as they're at Kentucky right now, defeated Mississippi State on the road last Saturday night, 45-19. Ohio State, they're at Maryland today, but they beat Indiana last week, 56-14. Michigan, 34-3, defeating Nebraska. They remain undefeated as well, defeating Illinois in a game-winning field goal, as mentioned earlier, as TCU won this week, last Saturday night at Texas as well, 17-10, and then winning at Baylor, also on a game-winning field goal earlier today as well. Officially, Michigan over Illinois, 19-17, and TCU over Baylor, 29-28. We'll get to those games from this week in a minute. Last week, though, in college football as well, Tennessee 66-24 win against Missouri. Washington upset Oregon on the road, 37-34. LSU, after a big upset overtime win at home 2 weeks ago now at night from Death Valley. The Tigers defeating Alabama. They went to Arkansas last week and beat the Hogs by 13-10. Speaking of the Crimson Tide, they went to Ole Miss. We watched that game with the Penn State-Maryland game last week, and the Tide won 30-24 officially. Clemson, 31-16 win against Louisville. They were up on Miami last I saw today. Arizona last Saturday night, about 2 a.m. Eastern Time, 11 local from the Rose Bowl, before UCLA and USC this evening. The Wildcats from Tucson upset the Bruins in some Pac-12 after dark, 34-28. Utah's at Oregon tonight, 42-7 win against Stanford last Saturday night. We know Penn State shut out Maryland 30-0, and thank you to anybody and everybody who tuned in then, and thank you to anybody and everybody who's tuning in right now and listening to my college football, Penn State, Rutgers, live watch along reactions live on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia in Sports, Quinn Luke96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. North Carolina won at Wake Forest 36-34. Boston College upset NC State 21-20. UCF 38-31 win at Tulane. Kansas State 31-31 at Baylor. Notre Dame hung on to win against Navy 35-32. Purdue defeated Illinois. The Big Ten West is getting very interesting, to say the least. Who the hell knows, as Illinois lost again today, 3 straight now, who's coming out of the Big Ten West to get to the Big Ten title game to face either Michigan or Ohio State, whoever wins that game next week, for the most part. But the Boilermakers beat the Fighting Illini 31-24 last week. Florida State 38-3 at Syracuse. Vandy upset Kentucky, and I believe they beat Florida earlier today as well, if I'm not mistaken, 24-21. West Virginia beat Oklahoma last week. They were down, losing it against Kansas State a second ago, though. That game should have gone final by now, I have to think, because it started a little earlier than the usual 3 through 30, in between 12 and noon, and an odd, not even 1 o'clock kick, 2 o'clock game. But talk about the coaching carousel. Seems like West Virginia is potentially going to open up among everywhere that's already open to begin with Colorado, Georgia Tech, Nebraska, Wisconsin. There's somewhere else, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to think off the top of my head who the hell that could be. But there's going to be more openings the next 2 weekends. And the coaching carousel is going to be in full swing. So we'll see who's, getting fired, hired, so on and so forth. Oh, Arizona State, I think, is the other gig. Could see, honestly, these other schools open up potentially in no particular order. And I would have to think those are, in fact, potentially Temple. South Florida opened as well, I might add. We'll see about Syracuse, Louisville. I think Boston College is going to open up. Georgia Tech's already open. See what happens with Dave Aranda at Baylor. They've completely shit the bed. Kansas could open because Lance Leipold could leave. West Virginia, I think. Matt Campbell might be leaving Iowa State finally. I don't think anybody in the Big Ten East, unless James Franklin would leave on his own. I mean, he's getting fired at this point. There's that. Wisconsin's open, as is Nebraska. I'd be shocked if Northwestern fired Pat Fitzgerald. I would. Even at 1-10. They've lost 10 straight. They haven't won since week 0 when they beat fucking Nebraska in Ireland, late August. It's almost Thanksgiving, folks. The even year didn't work out for them this year. But maybe, we'll see. Trying to think of what else is going to open. I thought maybe Notre Dame with Marcus Freeman, but he's, turned it around a little bit. Somehow, some way, Jim Moore has UConn at 6-6. Their regular season should be over with because they played week 0, so they won't be playing next week unless they're playing 13 regular season games. I could see Kalani Sitake leaving BYU potentially after a disappointing campaign. UMass, Penn State plays them next year. Maybe they'll open up. Ohio's going to make the fucking MAC title game, it looks like. So that's good for Penn State. Central Michigan lost the other night. They needed to win out to make a bowl game. Auburn's the other one. They fired Brian Harsin, that's right. Penn State beat the Tigers earlier this year, I might add, as well. Could see, some smaller schools open up, potentially. Arizona State, yeah, maybe Arizona. Colorado, as mentioned, open up. Cal, maybe, yeah. I'd be shocked if Stanford got rid of David Shaw to begin with as well. But they've been disappointing the past couple years. What's his name at Missouri ain't going anywhere because he just signed an extension. Yeah, Auburn's open. I don't know what the hell happened to Texas A&M this year, but Jimbo, A&M's either going to finish at 5-7 or 4-8. And the buyout's too much, but if they pay up, maybe they do move on, but I highly doubt it. I still think him, as I said, right after Nebraska opened, back mid-September, after they fired Scott Frost. And I'm pulling for Matt Roll to get whatever job he wants. I'd like it to be here at Penn State, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be happening anytime soon. Which, okay, it is what it is, but I had said, and you can go watch it if you don't believe me, and yeah, I had a whole list of potential candidates, but the two dark horses for Nebraska, as they play Iowa next Friday on Black Friday. Could see something with an announcement right after that into early next week with who they hire. Well, the coaching carousel is going to ramp up. It is. That Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss, and if things would go south in Aggie Land, which they have, and then some, which I don't think anybody think it'd be this bad, that Jimbo Fisher would be the other for Nebraska. But if Matt Roll gets it, good for him. If, Nebraska hires and fires somebody else in the next couple of years with another winning record, well, shame on them. But, when Nebraska football, as mentioned before, is good, it's better for college football because they're blue blood. Penn State in 2022 didn't play them as they did 20 years ago, let alone 40 years ago this year. But, also as well in the coaching carousel, you could see, of course, teams lose their head coach because they're jumping ship to, get a better job. And so those jobs would then open up. We'll see what happens. But just some off the top of my head info, what I'm thinking with that, as we're about to kick off this second half. But before we move on, we're going to continue to recap college football from last week and see what's going on right now, and then preview next week, as well as the Phenom, the Dead Man, The Undertaker. As AEW Full Gears in Newark tonight, I'll have live watch-along reactions to that live on YouTube, as well as we should back in. Seems like Mark Calloway is in attendance for Penn State Rutgers as Penn State kicks off. And that's a touchback because it hit the pylon. rather than going out of bounds, that's a touchback. So, of course, could have been a penalty. It would be 1st and 10 Rutgers at 35, but it'd be 1st and 10 Rutgers at the 25 because of the touchback. So, we're going to jump, and Penn State's up 18, 28-10. But might add, also now, last week in college football, as I still plan on, yes, releasing a video discussing college football, the NFL football in general, and the professional wrestling from everything I've missed earlier this year up until now, as Penn State completely missed on defense on that play because Rutgers gets a big 1st and 10 deep into Penn State territory. Just a simple short slant pass over the middle and went forward with it, and then a big pickup and 1st and 10 Rutgers officially so they were spotted at before Kalen King brought him down to the 20-yard line. So 25, make it 45, 50-yard reception on the catch and run with some yak yards, 1st and 10, incomplete, make it 2nd and 10, almost picked off by Penn State. So incomplete, 2nd and 10, Rutgers knocking on the door, going to look to cut this lead as of course much they can at this point. So as we're watching Penn State, Rutgers, Georgia, Kentucky, and also in the Big Ten, Iowa, Minnesota in a close game at halftime. We're going to turn off Texas, Kansas because that's an absolute blowout. 38-0 Longhorns. We're going to put on Ohio State, Maryland because that's a close game. 17-13 Buckeyes early 3rd quarter. But 3rd and 10 Rutgers in the meantime. From the 20. We'll probably end up turning off Georgia, Kentucky here in a minute too because it's about to be another blowout. Penn State, Jair Brown with a fumble recovery and to the house he goes, touchdown Penn State. That's the 2nd defensive touchdown today. Could have been 3rd, but then the penalty, but they ended up scoring anyway. Make it 34-10. The question is, once again, was he down or not? They sacked him. The ball's out. That's a fumble as he was looking to throw. That ball was clearly out. Curtis Jacobs with the hit. Daquan Hardy and Jair Brown there. As 16 Brown picks it up and then gets a block. And then to the house he goes. And yeah, Penn State's 3rd, could have been 4th, non-offensive touchdown today. 35-10 a minute into the 3rd quarter. And at this point, I mean, offensively, yeah, Clifford's day might be done for the hell of it because, I mean, you're up 3.5 scores and he doesn't need to do much because he hasn't done much to begin with, but he still doesn't need to do much with how the game's going. Just run the ball. I'd put Aller in, run the ball, and, you know, work clock. Get out with a W and get out healthy. You know, similar second half, similar games, three weeks in a row with how everything's going. You know, Penn State's hit their average a minute in the 3rd quarter. We still got another half football to be played for total points, but yeah. 2 defensive scoop and score touchdowns. Had a pick 6 as well, but a penalty. And then they ended up scoring. And then a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown as well. When they have 2 offensive touchdowns, 1 passing, 1 rushing. But, you know, other than that, they still haven't been able to move the ball, you know, to save their damn lives on offense. So, talked about the turnovers, pressure, and being able to capitalize off of them. Then they've been able to do just that. And it's not like they're getting a turnover and then tackle right away, and then the offense still can't do anything. This defense, flat out, single-handedly, winning Penn State the game right now. And then a 100-yard kickoff return to get on the board to begin with helps out a lot, of course, too. That ain't bad. So a couple yards up the middle, second and medium for Rutgers. But Penn State just keep it going. I wouldn't mind 50 for the first time this year today. I won it. And that, honestly, with as much time as there is left, shouldn't be much to ask for. That's 2 more touchdowns. The most used score has been 46. And then 45 twice and 41. Along with 35, 33, and 31 and 30, win or lose, and then a couple 17-point games. But they're averaging 34 a game. They have 35-10 lead right now. So, 3rd and 3, get up, help the field, and go from there. Well, that's exactly right with the way the recruiting's been and the depth they have, even though they could be deeper. They're going to get a 9-2 with a win today, unless Rutgers comes back and, Penn State absolutely blows it. So I highly doubt that'll happen. Never say never, though. And then, just looking ahead, they should be able to beat Michigan State. But that's why they're going to play the game, though, next week. Because us thinking that with it being on paper and so on and so forth, that's why they play the game. So, Michigan State will give them trouble, as Rutgers did early, as they always do, just like Michigan State does half the time. So, just keep it up, man. Just keep it up. Pedal to the metal. Don't lift. Pump fake. And then he slides after a 2-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and about 7, maybe 8. But we'll see what happens here. And we'll see once again who's playing and who's not. But they're playing damn good right when they need to be. And if only that tight end screen's incomplete, punt for Rutgers upcoming. If only, you go back. That's what's frustrating about it, man. 4th and 6 at Michigan and 9:26 to play against Ohio State. Okay, maybe they still lose both, but if they end differently to the way they did, I mean, your 2 losses, as mentioned, are to 2 of the top 5 teams in the fucking country, for God's sakes. And you're ranked 11th, okay? So you're not that far behind. That's the tough thing that, not necessarily hard to understand, but it's just they got to get over that hump. They're so fucking close. That's what I've been saying. There's serious potential if they can put it all together. So, with that being said, Rutgers punts. Penn State getting the ball back. We'll see who's playing quarterback. 35-10 your score. Get back to these scores in a quick second. And, we'll go from there. But Just overall today, as mentioned at the start, a lot of those games. This game was close early. Okay, a couple shutouts, a couple blowouts. But got a 3 and a 4 point game in the Big Ten right now. Ohio State looking to score, as Michigan had trouble at home today. That's intentional grounding. Against Illinois, they won on a game-winning field goal. Ohio State's at Maryland right now, and the Terps took them to double overtime recently. You know, Iowa and Minnesota, that's a trophy game. That's a rivalry game. It's the thing, everybody in the Big Ten West, sort of, they haven't played each other here recently. They still got to play each other. Like, they're going to take each other out. They'll figure it out. But the big question is, who's coming out of the Big Ten West? Because Illinois has now lost 3 straight. You have Minnesota. You have Iowa. You have Purdue. You have Wisconsin. The Big Ten has officially Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Maryland, Wisconsin, Iowa, Purdue, Illinois, and Minnesota, all bowl eligible right now. Tinsley on the reception, first down, Penn State. So Clifford's pass, complete, back to Tinsley down the far sideline, out past midfield. Another first down for Penn State. So they're not wasting any time, and they're going to continue to move the football. Now run it. They'll throw it again. Clifford looks near side, rolls back. Complete. Incomplete. As it was almost caught once again for the 3rd straight play in a row, Mitchell Tinsley. So incomplete, 2nd down and 10. Yeah, before too long. But for the time being, they're sticking with their game plan that they've ran. Even with that, defense touchdown early, that didn't change anything. Bubble screen, Clifford to Clifford. The big red dog, his little brother, the little red dog, Liam. First down, Penn State. Fake the give to the fat man. Yeah, just simple bubble screen. He's got a block by Tinsley and Mega, and then 10 yards and a Penn State first down. Now they'll run it. Katron Allen inside the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10 down at the 6. Got a 1st and goal. The hips, tossing and turning. Good juke. And they go hurry up, 1st and goal at the 6. Now they'll slow it down. Whatever you do, don't throw a fucking fade. Don't turn the ball over. Hand it off, run it, run another bubble screen. Watch a quarterback draw it over again for Clifford. Or come maybe near side in the flat to the tight end. They will run it. Katron Allen to the 3. Be 2nd goal Penn State from there. Yeah. It's running the football and, capitalizing off of that. Yep. So 2nd and goal, out of the pistol. And Clifford fakes a give, looking to throw. Back of the end zone, incomplete. Intended for Tyler Warren. 3rd and goal. Out of the pistol, they had Warren lined up to Clifford's right and Strange to his left with Fat Man in the backfield. And then looked like mega receiver with Tinsley, if I'm not mistaken. 3rd and goal at the 3. Come on, punch this in. Punch this in now. Third and goal. Katron Allen with the reception, but nowhere to go. 4th and goal. Well, kick it. Take the points. God damn. You keep running the ball. You don't. They got out of sync there. But Rutgers defensively, of course, started making some stops though too, so you got to give them credit. But 4th and goal, Penn State from the 4, and here comes a chip shot field goal from 22 yards. Jake Pinniger. Kick up, kick good. 38-10 Penn State with 8:10 to play in the 3rd quarter. So, yeah. 31 answer, it's on right. Yeah, down 3, up 7-3, and 7, and then been all blue and white since. Can't ask for much else. Just, keep it up. Keep it up, and at this point, yeah. Like I said, similar game plan with how game's gone to begin with, but then mid-3rd quarter, you'll start seeing some backups for Penn State, offense, defense, special teams here before too long. And then we'll see what they can do against Rutgers. And then we'll go from there. But just get out healthy. That's all I ask. So, 38-10 your score. Leave it at that. There's not really much else to be said right now. But we're, in the meantime, going to continue to recap college football from last week. So it's going on right now. Preview next week as well. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. But left off with, Penn State shutout win last week against Maryland, 30-0. At least this second half today, as they were up 28-10 at halftime. It's now 38-10. They scored 10 points in 7 minutes. Last week it was 27-0 at halftime, and they scored 3 points the whole entire fucking second half. I get the weather and blah, 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 everything else, but, win's a win at the end of the day. They won 30-0 last week. Here we are, 38-10 right now. Also last week, as mentioned, in college football, North Carolina beat Wake Forest 36-34. Boston College with the upset on NC State 21-20. I think that's whenever I, got into talking about the coaching carousel and sort of got off track. And then the second half started. So here we go again. But 38-31 win for UCF last week over Tulane. Tulane no won this week when UCF got upset earlier by Navy. Kansas State 31-3 win at Baylor. Notre Dame hung on to beat Navy 35-32. Purdue 31-24 win at Illinois, as mentioned. Florida State 38-3 against Syracuse. Vandy with their 5th win of the season, defeating Kentucky, and then Florida. West Virginia won 23-20 over Oklahoma. UConn became bowl eligible 36-33 over Liberty. Talk about Rutgers. Yeah, all 6 losses in conference at 4-6. They lost at Michigan State last week, 27-21. Michigan State, of course, double overtime loss at home against Indiana earlier before this game. Duke won over Virginia Tech last week as well, 24-7. And then thoughts and prayers to UVA after they lost to Pitt, 37-7. There was a shooting on campus last weekend. Their game against Coastal Carolina canceled today. Of course, Battle of the Commonwealth next week with the Cavaliers and Hokies. We'll see if that game's even going to get played or not. But Virginia Tech was at Liberty today. And I'll leave it right there for now. Leave off with Pitt and get back into it here in a second. Rutgers 2nd and 3. Hand off and nowhere to go. So 3rd and 3. Penn State up 38-10. If you're just now tuning in, mentioned a lot of close games today. A couple blowouts and shutouts, but Iowa and Minnesota are tied at 10 for the Floyd of Rosedale. And then Ohio State's at Maryland right now, and they, remember, like I said a short time ago, looking to score, they had to settle for 3. They were up 17-13 now. It's 20-13 Buckeyes. About 5 minutes to play in the third quarter. So Ohio State with a lead, with the ball, but Maryland has them on the ropes a little bit. That pass incomplete, 4th down Rutgers, and guess what? They'll punt again. Penn State getting the ball back with a 28.4 touchdown lead. And Rutgers hasn't beaten Penn State in a long-ass time. Penn State with the punt return. No gain on the play. Be 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. And they'll take another break. So we'll roll on with these scores. As mentioned, yes, Duke defeated Virginia Tech 24-7. And Pitt beat Virginia 37-7. SMU 41-23 win against South Florida. Louisiana Monroe 31-28 win at Georgia State. James Madison 37-3 defeating Old Dominion. New Mexico State 51-14 win against Lamar. Western Kentucky 45-10 win over Rice. Arkansas State won by 2, 35-33 over UMass. Houston surprisingly won in regulation, 43-36, as they're either going to overtime, double overtime, triple overtime, and either winning or losing. Do have 7 wins, but just been a crazy year for the Cougs. Washington State 28-18 win over Arizona State. Oklahoma State bounced back last week, defeating Iowa State 20-14. Troy beat Army 10-9. Iowa beat Wisconsin before Wisconsin beat Nebraska today. Iowa, Nebraska next week. Wisconsin, Minnesota next week. Illinois is going to play Northwestern next week, as is Purdue and Indiana for the Old Oak and Bucket. But 24-10 Hawkeye win over Bucky Badger. Minnesota 31-3 defeating Northwestern. As mentioned, it's 10-10 Iowa, Minnesota right now, and 20-13 Ohio State and Maryland. Penn State's up big at Rutgers, as is Georgia at Kentucky. Miami won at Georgia Tech last week, 35-14. Air Force 35-3 win against New Mexico. Marshall with a touchdown win by 7, 28-21 against App State. Middle Tennessee State 24-14 win over Charlotte. UTSA 51-7 win over Louisiana Tech. And then Florida in the Steve Spurrier Bowl beat South Carolina 38-6, but then they got beat by Vandy earlier today. South Alabama 38-21 over Texas State. Kansas has completely shit the bed, back to being Kansas football as we know them. Handoff, Katron Allen up the middle, out past midfield, inside the 40, 35-30, down inside the 20 to 17. 1st and 10, Penn State. He should have over 100 yards at this point now, those couple big runs. Flag on the play, though, so we'll see what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras. Hit the hole and go. I mean, Singleton had 100-plus all-purpose yards on one run, for God's sakes, on a Kickoff return. Got a horse collar tackle, 15 yards. Actually, half the distance, automatic first down. So, Penn State first and goal at the 8.5, 9-yard line, give or take. Bounce it. That's what I've said. Katron, it seems like he has better vision than Singleton does, but Singleton runs with fucking passion. Like a 1-2 punch, two-headed monster in the backfield. Like, good luck stopping him. And back to what I was saying earlier, there's still a chance potentially they both finish with 1,000+ rushing yards this year. But handoff, and Katron Allen, the fat man, pushing his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. 9-yard rushing touchdown. And he's now over 100 rushing yards today. Make it 44-10 for the blue and white. Extra point to come as Drew Aller, in at quarterback now, didn't even throw a fucking single pass on that drive. Handoff to Katron Allen. And then they get the penalty, half the distance, another run, and touchdown. So, Penniger, extra point. Up and good, 45-10. This is now the 1, 2, 3rd, 4th, 5th time they've scored 40+ this year. Along with got a penalty on Penn State. It would be enforced on the kick. Or they're actually going to retry the extra point. All right, they'll have to re-kick it. Still 44-10. So we'll hold that thought. But this is the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th time they've scored 40+ this year. And if the extra point's up and good again, be the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th of the 5th time they've scored 45+. They scored 41 at Auburn, but then 46 against Ohio. But then 30+, counting the 40+ games, extra points still up and good, 45-10 again. 30+ counting the 40+ games. Got another flag on the play. That's every game -2. And it's when they scored 17 early to mid-October with the bye week in between. So that penalty's decline, extra points up and good. 45-10 Penn State over Rutgers here, 3rd quarter. Couple minutes to play. But, 17-7 against Northwestern. They lost at Michigan, only scoring 17. But they scored 35 at Purdue, 46 against Ohio, 41 against Auburn, 3 against Central Michigan. Ohio is honestly their best non-conference opponent this year. They're going to be going to the MAC title game, it looks like. They needed Auburn and Central Michigan to win out. Doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Northwestern and Indiana, along with Rutgers, and, if they beat Michigan State as well, those would be the teams that wouldn't be going to bowl games from the schedule this year. But Purdue, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio State, Maryland, they're bowl eligible. And Penn State's 2 losses are both to 2 of the top 5 teams in the country, for God's sake. So, you hate to lose, but if, those 2 losses against those 2 teams, well, I guess that's a good thing. Even though that, still hurts and sucks to say, it is what it is. But they scored 35 at Purdue, 46 against Ohio, 41 against Auburn, 33 against Central Michigan. 17 in a win and 17 in a loss against Northwestern and Michigan, respectively, with the bye week in between. But then right back to it, 45-31, 45-30, and 45 again today against Minnesota, Ohio State, Indiana, Maryland, and Rutgers, respectively. They still got one more regular season game against Michigan State next week in the bowl game, which could be a New Year's 6 potentially. We'll see how, it all unfolds. It's all depending on what happens in front of them. Honestly, going into next week, let alone going into the final college football playoff rankings before the bowl games are announced, Penn State could be in the top 8. And I get it's the top 4 to make the playoff, and it will be top 12 in due time. 2024, 25, 26 at the latest for a college football playoff expansion, as the Big Ten's also going to be expanding as well. Most wins by, 28 points or more this year. Penn State's at 5, tied with Michigan and Minnesota. And then, Georgia, Tennessee, and Air Force also have 5. Ohio State has 7. So they're able to score. So, yeah, they've, in all but 2 games this year, have scored 30-plus points. And Rutgers will return the kick down at the 18-yard line, 1st and 10, Scarlet Knights from there. So, yes, in 8 of the 10 games, they've scored 30-plus. They're averaging 34 coming in today. We'll see what the average is going to be once we hit a final score. We've still got 6:10 to play in the third quarter, plus a full fourth. I mean, even there was some balance, 17 in the win and loss. They scored 17 on both games there. I still go back to 4th and 6 and 9-26 against Michigan and Ohio State, though, and what could have been. But 8 of the 10 games they've scored 30-plus now. And in officially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games, they've scored 40-plus. And 4 of those 5 they've scored plus, they've scored 45-plus. So, and they're holding their opponent to 19 points a game. And Rutgers had a 10-7 lead. And remember I said they were halfway there, first quarter? Well, they've been shut out since. Penn State scored 38 unanswered at this point. It's 45-10 with 5:35 and counting to play in the third quarter. And Rutgers got a 2nd and 11 after a yard loss on that play. So, flag on the play, roll out, deep ball, incomplete. Ohio State starting to pull away at the end of the third quarter. They did score 27-13. Still tied at 10 with Iowa and Minnesota. Big first down run, though, for the Golden Gophers as they near the end of the third quarter. 10-10, however, neither teams had a penalty or a turnover called against them. So they're playing squeak clean football in a low-scoring defense showdown, tied at 10. Penalties declined. Be 3rd down with the incompletion. So still 3rd and 11 after the Rutgers penalty. But, long story short, that Penn State's able to score fucking points. Honestly, this has to be their most, and the run game's there, and it can be 10 times better than it is. Probably the most consistent it's been and high-powered in a good while. Like, you probably got to go back to, 08, 05, even 94 before that. And I'm sure there's, a few years or so you could add in, in between as well. But offense, defense, special teams today, they're getting it done. Rutgers punts, fair caught by Penn State at the 40. And with 4:46 to play in the third, they're getting the ball back up 35, 45-10. Drew Aller in at quarterback, but didn't even have to throw on that last drive he was in because they handed off to Katron Allen, and handed off to Katron Allen, and they scored. So, 45-10. We'll see what they do here. I mean, I would think Singleton's probably going to be in the ball game now. Yeah. Got trips in the top. And Aller will throw now. Slanter of the middle, incomplete. Intended for Mitchell Tinsley. So, good coverage. He put it on where his receiver could get it, but it falls incomplete. So, from the 41, 2nd and 10. Yeah. They dump off on a screen to Singleton, and he's going to lower the shoulder and get 4 or 5 yards. 3rd and medium here for Penn State. Yeah, the whole team looked lost during the blue-white game. I came out of that thinking, oh shit, like, even though they have potential, yes, but, and it's a spring game, they didn't look good. Aller tucks it and runs and gets a first down inside the Rutgers 40, lowers the shoulder to 35. And yeah, as I mentioned, he's played in 9 of the 11 games counting today. The lone 2 that he didn't was Minnesota and Ohio State. Or excuse me, they were actually wrong on that stat. And I took it for granted. I should have thought before I spoke there. 8 of the 11, not 9 of the 11. He didn't play in the Northwestern game. He didn't play in the Minnesota game. He didn't play in the Ohio State game. So he's played in 8 of the 11 games. Not much of a difference, but he's, okay. Still burned the red shirt. Presumably going to be the starter next year, and rightfully so. Serious potential he has. If, they get held out in the run game, which they have, and, playmakers to give him the ball too and have a good offensive line, and, defense plays well, that's the thing. He'll be okay. They just got to put it all together, man. Like, it ain't always easy as, 1, 2, 3, ABC, and so on and so forth, but another fucking injured Rutgers defender. Jesus fucking Christ. So, yeah. Penn State's going to win. It's just a fact matter of what's the final score going to be. And like I said, when it was, 35-10 after they had scored early third quarter, like, hey, still got whole second half to play for the most part, because that was a minute into the second half after that defense touchdown. Why don't you go out and score 50 for the first time today? Well, they're 5 points away. And they've come close, like I said, a few other times they've scored 40 and 45 plus already this year, but no cigar. So, 4-4 to play. Rutgers is an error to the Big Ten. Go score some more, man. Don't run out the score on them. Don't have a bullshit handshake at the end of the game at midfield with Franklin and Shiano by any means, but you have, the ball, the 35-yard line, been able to run the ball now, 1st and 10. Aller will hand off to Singleton, and he cuts back and then scoots down the far sideline. 15-10, lowers the shoulder down. So they spot at 1st and goal around the 8. So, hell, they might score 50 by the end of the third quarter, for God's sakes. But the thing is, like, even with them being freshmen and then some backups in now, if they can't stop them and stop you, well, fuck them, fuck you. Like, keep running it, Like, it's our best against your best with who's in the game. 1st and goal, Aller rolls out, going to tuck it and run, and then down to the 3. Mark it to the 4, officially, 2nd and goal. Maryland with a touchdown, cutting the lead again. So that Ohio State-Maryland game on ABC getting interesting. Early 4th quarter. We still got some time to go here. 3:06 to play in the 3rd. So that game I would have to think is going to end before this one does. But see what happens here. God damn, another fucking injured Rutgers defender. But we'll finish up with these final scores from last week real quick, and then get into what's going on this week. As mentioned, Florida beat South Carolina 38-6. South Alabama also scored 38 in their win against Texas State, 38-21. Kansas, as mentioned, has shit the bed after starting 5-0. They've only won once since they lost to TCU. 6-4 make it 6-5 because they're getting blown out against Texas today. They lost to Texas Tech last week, 43-28. Wyoming, 14-13 win at Colorado State. Florida Atlantic, 52-7 win against Florida International. The A&M Auburn game last week, whoever won that, was going to have a chance to potentially win out. Iron Bowl, of course, next week, though. So unless, Auburn would win today and then upset Alabama next week, Penn State's opponent, Auburn, out of the SEC. Like I said, non-conference-wise, Ohio, the Bobcats' best non-conference opponent Penn State had this year. They're going to go to the MAC title game, but Auburn's not even going to make a bowl game. Second and goal from the 4, handoff to Singleton for 2, make it third and goal from there. You got to punch us in now, man. Last time you were down here, of course, field goal. You got to score. Also last week, Coastal Carolina, 26-23 win against Southern Miss. Oregon State beat Cal 38, and Boise State in the snow at Nevada, 41-3 against Wolfpack. That was the first snow game of the football season. Then it snowed in Buffalo on Sunday against the Vikings. Snowed here in Happy Valley on Tuesday. Been snowing on and off since then as well. Third and goal, they run an end around to the fucking tight end and Brenton Strange. And Rutgers right there to stop him. So they'll have to settle for 3 again. What kind of fucking play call is that? Who the fuck runs an end around to their tight end? Fourth and goal, and you kick it. Take the points. Kick the field goal. Go 48-10. Like, it's not running the score up at this point, but they stopped you, so you got to kick it. And no Jake Pinniger. It'll be Sanders Haydak, 93. Chip shot, old school extra point. As Haydak is also kicking off now, I might add. So yeah, 48-10 now. Had a 100-yard kickoff return. I've lost count with everything they've done. They were down 10-7, and now they've scored 41 unanswered. As we near the end of the third quarter, it's now 48-10. Yeah, 100-yard kickoff return. Scored twice off of... Make that 3 touchdowns off of turnovers. 2 fumble scoop and scores, though. We'll tally everything up here in a second. That's how much they've done with a little bit of everything. Scoring this way, that way, and any way they possibly can. But here we are today, of course, coming off last week with San Diego State also defeating San Jose State 43-27, Utah State from the Islands 41-34 win at Hawaii. Penn State's shutout win against Maryland last week was the lone shutout of the week. 30-0 win for the Nittany Lions over the Terps. And then, of course, we'll get into the scores from week 12 here in a second. But, yeah, okay. Penn State, that pass incomplete near side. 2nd and 10. Now there's really some guys, not necessarily buried on the depth chart, but getting some playing time now. Whether they're about ready to burn red shirts or not, which hopefully they don't unless they absolutely have to, they're getting everybody playing time, everybody experience. 2nd and 10 from the 25, because you can play in up to 4 games and still redshirt now. It's been like that for a couple years. So, yeah, slant over the middle. Tackle by, yes, number 21, Winston. As number 5, Cam Miller's also out there for Penn State on defense, number 5. Kobe King with pressure off the edge, pass far side. Incomplete with Chalk Robinson on the coverage. I see number 52, Jordan Vandenberg, out there as well. Incomplete, 4th and 4, but hey, they'll punt and Penn State going to get the ball back. But yeah, we'll update some stats and scores here at the end of the third quarter with everything Penn State's done. For sure. Tinsley on the return, going to let it bounce, and Rutgers will down it. Because that's the thing, yeah. That ain't a good stat. Rutgers punter has now tied an NCAA record for his 337th career punt. You don't want to have a record for career punts in your college career. It means your team fucking sucks. 10 times today, so he'll break the record next week probably. But that's the thing with Penn State. They've been right there, 6 of the 9 years. In the top 12, when it's only the top 4, but the playoff will be expanding to 12. So, and they still should be there moving forward, you would have to think. But, yeah. 48-10 at the end of the third. They'll have 2nd and 5 begin the 4th. They'll switch ends and hopefully continue to run the football and get out unscathed, get out healthy. And, get to a 10-win regular season. And then maybe 11 with a bowl win. Or hopefully just a 10-win season overall, whether that's a 9-win regular season or a 10-win regular season, and then you win or lose the bowl game, so to speak. Which hopefully you'd win it, because they've lost a couple bowl games in a row now. But Penn State today, they started with 2 punts on offense. And then Rutgers got on the board with a field goal. Yeah, Penn State with a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. Rutgers then scored, went up 10-7. But it's been all Penn State since. 41 unanswered. Since, when was that? Midway through the first quarter. Yeah, they've punted a couple more times. They did turn the ball over once. Penn State did. But Rutgers couldn't capitalize off of it. So, yeah, they also have another defensive touchdown with a 100-yard kickoff return for 6 to begin the game. Johnny Dixon has an interception. It was a pick 6, but then penalty still ended up scoring. Penn State has 2 fumble returns for touchdowns. And then 2 rushing touchdowns and a passing touchdown, and now 2 field goals. So if you do the math, that should equal out to 48. Because they have 48 points on the board, 48-10. So 2nd and 5 begin the 4th here. Handoff. 3 yards. Be 3rd and 2. So, yeah. It honestly doesn't matter how they got it done. They got it done. They scored. They scored. And they scored some more. And they kept scoring. And then they scored some more after that. So, yeah, 48-10 your score. 3rd and 3 for Penn State. Warren in motion. Get 50. Get 50. Aller rolls out incomplete. They'll punt on 4th down and 3. Seemed like he rushed the play. He's still got a lot of learning to do, no doubt about it, as a true freshman. But You know, whether that's a field goal or a touchdown, yeah. 48 today is the most they've scored all year. But they've also scored 46, 45 twice, 41, so on and so forth, 35, 33, 31 and 30, and 17. So, like, they've been able to score. Rutgers fair catches it at the 35, 1st and 10 for them there with 14-12 to play. But yeah, like I said, at this point, it really doesn't matter how they did it. They got it done. You know, offense, defense, and special teams. 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. 2 defensive touchdowns on scoop and scores. That's 21 points right there. They also had a pick 6, but then a penalty. They still ended up scoring on offense anyway, up 28-10 at halftime. You know, 2 field goals. Okay, that makes it, 34, and then 2 more touchdowns, which is Katron Allen, and then I guess I'm missing one still. Maybe not, I don't know. There's just a lot. They've scored a lot. You know, it's like, okay, they did this, they did that, they did this, they did that. It doesn't really matter. They scored. And they're going to win for the 9th time. That just, for some reason, doesn't equal out. You know, I add all that up. But they had 3, should have been 4 non-offensive touchdowns today. And then, you know, did end up scoring a couple times on offense, able to find a running game, and had us over 3 twice, but, you know, like, okay, 45 or 42, 10, when it was 38-10, really, and then 45-10 and 48-10. You know, those 2 field goals that could have been touchdowns, should have been touchdowns, because they're inside the 5. They couldn't punch it in, for God's sakes. You know, do the math. You're 52-10 right now. So, or 59-10, right? Yeah. Penn State with a tackle for loss in the backfield. 4th down, Rutgers again. All day. 3 and out. After they're up 10-7. Yeah, it was 35-10, kick a field goal. So they score there, it's 42-10. And then they kicked, or they scored again, so 45, which would be 49. But they had to kick another field goal. Yeah, they'd already have 49, 56 points. But it's 48-10, so I'm not complaining. They got to be offensively, though, I think, because the defense is there. The pressure is there, you know, tackles for loss, turnovers. To start the game, they got to be a little bit more consistent. They can't put themselves in a hole. You know, against the good teams they've played, they've lost against. Okay? Everybody else they've beaten. And, you know, some of those teams are good too, but, you know, what could have been with the 2 losses? You know, 4th and 6 and 9-26 once again. So, they can score. They can score, that's for damn sure. You know, like I said, averaging 34 entering today, with 35, 46, 41, 33, 17 and 17, 45 again, 31, 45 again, 30 last week, and 48 today. Yeah, they're still averaging about 34, 35 points a game, so they're on pace. But Actually already, surpassing that. 48 points, 48 points. I don't care who the hell you are. You score 48 points, that's damn good. Unless you lose, and then your defense sucks. So, yeah, Penn State's defense, like I said earlier, single-handedly winning them the game. And then the offense scored some points, Yeah, because the 3 defensive touchdowns, 2 of them were defensive touchdowns. You had a pick 6, but then a penalty. They still scored off it anyway. And then you had kickoff return, 100 yards for a touchdown as well. So 4 times. Flag on the play, 1st and 10 gone offside on Rutgers. Pass is incomplete anyway. 5 yards. They'll replay it down to be 1st and 5. We want the line. 3-4 times they scored non-offense touchdowns. So they got it done one way or another today. Doing this, that, anything and everything in between. Still got 12 minutes to play though. So 1st and 5 from the 40. I'll shut up. Let's see what happens here. Singleton, 5 yards and then some down the far sideline. See if they mark him out. Shit, he's got a 10-yard run there. Yeah, Katron's already gone past 100. Singleton's about 50 from it. So Penn State, let alone today, another 14 different players with a tackle for loss. Yeah, this might be one of, we didn't know, honestly. Thought it'd be similar. That pass a little high, incomplete. Didn't think necessarily it'd be, this good. Brent Pry leaving, Manny Diaz coming in. But, pressure's been the key word. It has, and that's why I've stated it a lot this year. Force the pressure. Force them to make mistakes. Capitalize off of those mistakes. You keep it simple and you have a running game, which they do. And just imagine they had a running game the past couple years, for God's sakes. Who knows what could have happened. They finally have a running game now, and it's helped out because Clifford doesn't have to do it all by himself. Aller looking to throw. Incomplete. Intended for Harrison Wall. It's almost picked off. And he's, right now, seemingly trying to do too much. I get you want to try to give him some reps and throwing the ball, but, right through the hands and then off the helmet, incomplete. You honestly don't need to throw it that hard to him to begin with. Compare him to a young Ben Roethlisberger and a young Josh Allen with the size and the cannon of the arm. Just watch out, man. I'm telling you, watch out for Penn State football. 3rd and 10 from the 47. Aller looking to throw again over the middle. Nice sidearm, complete 18 on Mari Evans. 1st and 10. Yep, they've burned his red shirt, so that's why I said, he'd sort of be next in line, behind Parker Washington, Mitchell Tinsley, Country Lambert Smith, and then with P-Dub out, Tinsley, Lambert Smith, Harrison Wall. So Mari Evans is right there. First and 10, Penn State from the 36. And ball's tipped, and then intended for Evans again, incomplete. Almost picked off again. So you got to be more careful with the ball. Got to be more careful with the ball, man. So 2nd and 10 from the 36 still. Run a screen. Number 16 and Khalil Dinkins from the 4-1-2 on the reception. Got a 3rd and short for Penn State. 3rd and 2 officially. They're getting as much playing time as they have the past couple games late in the game for these guys. You know, like I said, with how the game's gone, third, fourth quarter, the game plan has been the same. 3rd and 2. Yeah. Wing T. And they'll sneak it on 3rd and 2. Jesus Christ. What the fuck are you doing? A little bit short. He's still going to be short after that yard gain. I mean, you can kick it if you want, get the 51. I mean, that's 3 field goals for 9 points, and which could have been 21. And you're up 35-10. Well, you scored again, so we'll say 42. And then 3 field goals from there. 45, 48, 51. They're going to go for it, 4th and a yard. But, it's 63-10. They'll fake the give. Open. Hit him. Yes, first down. Katron Allen on the reception. First down, Penn State. Wing T, they actually fake the run and play action pass and wide ass open, first down. And he hit him right on the money. Nice pocket presence and first down, Penn State. Now get back to the run game. Now you won't have to kick a field goal. Unless you still have to end up settling for 3, punch it in. Control this clock. Make sure they don't get the fucking ball back. I mean, they will, though. 8.5 to play, 1st and 10, Penn State from the 15-yard line. Like, Rutgers will get the ball back here before too long, but hopefully Penn State does, do something. Bubble screen complete to Harrison Wallace. Spin move down on the 8. Like, it just seems like Penn State's more talented than Rutgers is. Just way more talented. But they don't. Yeah, they're coached well. They're not as good as, other teams. As Penn State's been in that same spot before. So I think that's why I can say that the way I said it. Aller, pump fake because I know from experience. In the end zone, incomplete. Flag on the play as it was intended for Amari Evans again. It should be spotted the 2-yard line, 1st and goal, Penn State, since the foul occurred in the end zone. Yep. Never turned around and looked for the ball. That's a good PI on Rutgers. Yep. 1st and goal, Penn State. Punch it in, man. Come down here twice. Make it 3 times, and 2 of those 3 times you couldn't punch it in. You had to settle for 3, so. But let's score. Punch it in again. Put up 50 on them. Tank Smith on the give. Get his ass in the end zone. Come on. No gain on the play. 2nd and goal. Got about 7.5 to play here. 7.5 to play with Ohio State and Maryland's ball. 33-30 Buckeyes. Second and goal, Penn State from the 2-yard line. And a quarterback draw for Drew. Going to lose a couple yards. Be 3rd and goal, Penn State from the 5. That's 3 of 4 trips now, or 2 of 3 trips. Already, this is the 3rd of the 4th. That unless they, don't score themselves for 3. 3rd of the 4th drive. They get inside the 10-yard line, can't punch it in. Even with a lead, that ain't a good thing to be a part of, man. You got to punch it in. You got to find a way to score. So from the 5, 3rd and goal, handoff, no fake the give. Actually, Aller keeps it for himself, down to 1, 4th and goal. I mean, if you run a play and score, some people will say run up the score. If you kick it, they'll definitely say you're running up the score at this point. But if you go for it, with who you have in, score, don't score, like it's tough situation. You go for it. It's 4th and goal from the fucking 1-yard line. 5 minutes to play. You're up 48-10. So out of the gun, trips near side. They'll run a quarterback draw again with him, and he'll get in. Touchdown, Penn State. Drew Aller with a 1-yard rushing touchdown to get Penn State over the 50 mark for the first time this year. 54-10. And I might add, they have 2 field goals. Those 2 field goals are 14 points. Penn State's close to 70 then today. Okay? So showing out after a little bit of a slow start. The spark was the 100-yard kickoff return, but then Rutgers responded. But it was the defense. The defense able to get them some points, because if not, they're still putting up at least 35-40, but not as much as they are right now. 55-10, Penn State, with 5 minutes to play. And as Clifford finished with 157 yards passing, 1 passing touchdown, and also 1 rushing touchdown. Wait for these stats to reload. Penn State's up 55-10. Thanks for tuning in and listening. There we go. Yeah, Clifford's going to finish with 157 yards passing and a touchdown. He was 17-26. And then had 7 carries, 35 yards rushing, and a touchdown as well. Drew Aller at this point, 5 of 10, 42 yards passing, also has a rushing touchdown on 6 carries for 27 yards rushing. Katron Allen has a rushing touchdown as well. 11 carries, 117 yards rushing in the score. Nick Singleton, 9 of 62 on the ground. So they have 1 passing touchdown, 3 rushing touchdowns by 3 different players. That's 28 points right there. Tyler Warren has 1 catch, 10 yards, and the touchdown to go up, 14-10. That's when it started, when they, started, scoring all the unanswered points they've scored. Now make it 48 unanswered as they were down 10-7. 55-10 Penn State with 5:44 to play. Touchback on the kick, 1st and 10 Rutgers from the 25. So, yeah, Rutgers won't defeat Penn State still for the first time since 1988. But they also, as they have 4 offensive touchdowns, have a 100-yard kickoff return for a score. That's 35 points. 2 defensive touchdowns. That's 49 points. And then 2 field goals. That adds up at 55, yeah. Even though it didn't happen that way, that adds up. It was 3-0, 7-3, 10-7, 14-10, 21-10, 28-10 at halftime. And then 35-10, 38-10, 45-10, 48-10, make it 55-10 Penn State. Second down and 2 for Rutgers. Handoff, no gain on the play. And yeah, for whatever reason, I can get those stats and scores up, but I can't get up any of these other college football scores. It's still 10-10 Iowa and Minnesota, though, I might add, because we're watching that. Georgia beat Kentucky. That game got over early. And then Ohio State up 36, 33, or 33-30, excuse me, at Maryland. So, of course, going to hope to see what else is going on, but having some technical difficulties with that at the time being. Of course, just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. First and 10, Rutgers, handoff, and about a yard. Second down and 9. Second and 9 for Rutgers, ball at the 37. Out of the pistol, they'll throw. Zane Durant chasing them down. It's caught. And be 3rd and 6 for the Scarlet Knights. 3-1-6 and counting to play. So this game is going to finish before both these other 2 games I'm currently watching. See what else is going on in college football. It'll allow me to check in on these scores. For whatever reason, it's not letting me. We're going to update final scores and so on and so forth. What else is going on right now before these night games begin. And then I'll be back on YouTube Live right here by the end of the night for AW Full Gear. I've watched long reactions as well, so be sure to tune back in for that. NFL tomorrow. We'll be on Monday night, actually, because I'm not going to be home for the Steeler game. We'll watch that Monday night. And then Thanksgiving next week. Hopefully everyone has happy Thanksgiving. Penn State will host Michigan State next Saturday at either 12 or 3:30. We'll find out sometime tonight. Or tomorrow, Monday at the latest. And then that'll do it for the regular season already. Hard to believe. Flown by. No doubt about it. Edge of our seats like no tomorrow. And, to bowl season for the bowl game. And we'll see where they, wind up there. But second down and 13 for Rutgers. Penn State defensively with 15 tackles for loss. Minute 41 and counting to play. Doesn't look like Penn State will get the ball back on offense, but they did score 50 today, 55-10. Going to look up when was the last time Penn State scored 50 points. Because from what I can recall, it's been a while. They've come close a couple times this year. They've scored 30 plus in 8 of the 10 games. Make it 9 of the 11 games now. And then in 5 of those games, they've scored at least 40 plus. And 4 of those 5, they've scored 45 plus, and now 55 today. So one game of 50 plus. Fourth down for Rutgers. About a 3-second differential between the game clock and play clock. They'll go for it here unless they punt. Penn State get the ball back, but then they'll just take a knee. So fair catch by Penn State. 14 seconds to play. Here comes one kneel down, and that'll do it. Penn State going to beat Rutgers 55-10 to get to 9-2, scoring 48 unanswered after down 10-7. So yeah, just take a knee, and that'll do it. I'd have to think the last time Penn State scored 50 plus had to have been early 2019. They beat Idaho 79-0 or 79-7. Because I know damn well in 2020 and 2021 that Penn State did not score 50 plus in any of their games. And I'm just going to look this up to be certain. The most points they scored last year was 44. The most points they scored the year prior in the shortened 2020 COVID season actually was 56. 6 days before Christmas, they beat Illinois in the snow game. That's right. Okay. But then before then, it'd be Idaho in 2019. Which the final score then was, 79-7. They did shut out Maryland 59-0 that year as well. Terps last week, 30-0 as well. They did score 53 in the Cotton Bowl against Memphis at the end of the year too. So, I mean, okay, I guess it ain't, as long as I thought it was. There's your final play of the game. A kneel down, and Penn State wins it 55-10 at Rutgers today. They're 9-2. They host Michigan State next Saturday, either 12 noon or 3:30 for Senior Day to potentially get to a 10-win regular season and then a potential New Year's Six bowl game at the end of the year. 48 unanswered, a win's a win. 55-10 your final score. They'll play right here in Happy Valley again next year this time, but Rutgers still hasn't beat Penn State since 1988. And Rutgers has only beaten Penn State 2 times all time in history. The other was at the end of World War I back in 1918. Gobble Goal sounds good right about now. So I might go eat some of that. But, for the most part, they got out healthy. Same game plan, at least in the second half with, how the game went. Playing seemingly everybody on the roster. At least, everybody for the 2 road games, since November started, away, home, away, to a final road game, that traveled. Next week they'll have everybody in position to play. With it being at home, everybody would be there. Because, you travel, you can only take so many players. But woke up this morning, as mentioned, hoping for a Penn State win, and they do just that. Rutgers falls to 4-7, so they won't be going to a bowl game this year. Penn State with their third straight win. They haven't won 3 straight since, of course, they started 5-0 at the start of the year before they lost, and then won, and then lost again now, another 3 in a row. And then, potential undefeated November. They can beat State next week on Senior Day and then get to a bowl game at 10 wins. And then hopefully when that get to 11 wins, even if they'd lose that, they still finish with a 10-win season. And a 10-win season for Penn State compared to how they played the past 2 years, that's pretty damn good. From 4-5 to 7-6, and now 5-0, 5-1, 6-1, 6-2. They've won, another 3 in a row. So 9-2 is where they sit at, hosting Michigan State now next week. I'll have live watch long reactions over YouTube for that game. Then 2 days after Thanksgiving, so hopefully everyone has happy Thanksgiving next week. But Penn State chopped their way to 55 points and defeat Rutgers 55-10 today, as Rutgers gets shut out in the second half. Penn State scored 40 unanswered, and James Franklin picks up his 100th all-time career win, with 76 of those right here in Happy Valley at Penn State as the blue and white Nittany Lion head coach. And looking forward to what happens next week, hosting Michigan State for the Land Grant Trophy. They defeated Minnesota at home already this year and won back the Governor's Victory Bell, so they only played for 2 trophies. Be nice to get that Land Grant Trophy back. As well, finish, with a 10-2 record, and, get to a damn good bowl game, have a chance for 11 wins. If not, well, still have a chance to, get to a 10-win season regardless. If they finish at 9-3, win the bowl game, or then finish at 10-2, get to the bowl game with 10 wins, and then lose the bowl game, you still have a 10-win season. So, like I said, compared to where it's been at, very subpar, average at best, 11-11 entering 2022, from 4-5 to 7-6 to 9-2, with a 10-win, 11-win season on the horizon. Impressive, even though, once again, we know it's there for the taking because of the serious potential they have, with the expectations, of course, always very high. Penn State football ain't used to losing. I'm not counting 2020 because it wasn't a full season to begin with. Let alone, yes, they didn't not go bowling, but they, as a unit, as a program, as a university, decided not to, even though they're eligible to, even with a losing record. Penn State hasn't had a losing season with at least 12 games on the schedule since 2004. Even though they didn't go to a bowl game in 12 and 13 because of the sanctions that eventually got lifted because they should have never been placed against them in the first place. Because those players had nothing to do with what happened, and I'm not getting into that today. They still had winning records those years, even though they didn't go to bowl games either. Iowa, in the meantime, 13-10, 30 seconds to play, they just kicked the potential game-winning field goal, but Minnesota's getting the ball back. However, they don't have timeouts. Ohio State going to try to put it away, up 33-30. At Maryland, they got a minute and a half to play. But I'll shut up. James Franklin getting interviewed here post-game. We'll see what he has to say on the field. And then we'll go through everything. And just, overall, to get to a 10-win year, like, even though, we know it's there year in and year out, to win 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 wins, 12 games. Just with the way it's been, it's just hopefully knock on wood doesn't happen again. It's honestly a sigh of fucking relief. Like they found ways to get back to, playing, even though they still play the way they always have, and that's starting slow and then not being able to punch it in like they did a couple of times today. Had to settle for field goals because, 55-10, and they had 2 field goals. Those 2 field goals are touchdowns. They finished with 69-70 points in the win today at Rutgers. And a 45-point win for Penn State against Rutgers today is the biggest defeat for the Lions since they beat them 39-0 point differential back in 16. 59-34, 55-27. But, as they've shut them out 1, 2, 3, 4 times throughout history, including last year. Penn State still hasn't lost to Rutgers since 1988. Rutgers won by 5 that day, won by 23 100 years ago in the first ever meeting. The Penn State's won 32 times since. Yeah, I guess a 45-point win, 55-10. They've scored 55 on them once before and 59 on them once before. It'd be the largest defeat they've had on them in almost 30 years. Win's a win, though, at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how many points you fucking scored as long as you had one more than their team. And they were down early, remember, 3-0. And then 100-yard kick off return for a touchdown. Rutgers scored then, 10-7, but then all Penn State after that. So, yeah, just like I said, impressive, sigh of relief until they do it again, and lose games they should be winning. Because that's what's frustrating about it, when it's there for the taking and, grab the bull by the fucking horns and, don't get the job done when they should have. That's tough. Win, you say a little. Lose, you say less. Or lose, you say a little, win, you say less. They did it in all aspects today. They did. Offense, defense, special teams. Officially had 1 passing touchdown, 3 rushing touchdowns. That's 4 touchdowns. which is 28 points. Had a kickoff return for a touchdown. That's another 7. Make it 35. 42 and 49 for the 2 defensive scores, which were both fumble scooping scores from 14 yards and about 80 yards from Kobe King and Jair Brown. Johnny Dixon also had a pick 6 with a penalty on the return. You had Penn State still score off of that anyway with one of the offense touchdowns. So that cancels itself out. So 4 offensive touchdowns. That's 28 points. Make it 35 with the kickoff return, 100 yards for a touchdown. And then the 2 defensive scores make it 49, and then 2 field goals, 52-55. Those 2 field goals, though, man, if they can punch it inside the fucking 5-yard line for touchdowns, they don't have to settle for 3. 49-10, even though it was 35, 38, 45, 48, 55-10 in that order. As Iowa's going to beat Minnesota and Ohio State's going to beat Maryland. You're scoring 60, 70 fucking points today, man. They left points off the board and as many points as they scored. Honestly, just overall couldn't have asked for, much else. Because, been saying it all year. Hey, as good as this defense is, even with the turnovers and the offense getting them, and, whether they can capitalize off it or not, the defense actually scored off of it for themselves. They took care of business. Special teams finally stepped up, at least in the return game. Had some issues with the punting early, but they fixed that. It seemed like they still have depth at every position. They're able to run the football. Got the tight ends involved. But then, when they had to settle for 3, they kicked it. But those 2 field goals, honestly, probably should have been fucking touchdowns. They should have been. So, yeah, we'll see what James Franklin has to say here, getting interviewed. It's about 10 minutes ago now. I paused it before I could, finish what I was saying here and then give a full-blown recap of what happened in college football today. Preview next week, and then full-blown recap of Penn State Rutgers here momentarily, and then be sure to tune back in tonight and later on this weekend as well for more live watch-along reactions live on YouTube, college football, the NFL, professional wrestling. James Franklin, 100th career win, and Penn State's 55-10 win at Rutgers. What was he got to say? Yep. Very satisfying. Basic, complimentary, nose to the grindstone. Played sound. They scored, and kept scoring, So, like I said, first time they scored 50 plus in about 2 years. And then it was 55 today, 56 against Illinois 2 years ago, 53 in a bowl game, and then 79. So, that would have got us back a couple years. That would have, been about right from what I looked up. So, all right, yeah. Basic, complimentary, sound football. Ran it. And I don't know what the hell the fuck the dogs are barking about now, but I guess they want to celebrate a Penn State win. So, let's see what James Franklin had to say here. Defense touchdown, special teams touchdown, able to run the football, and they just, like I said, found ways to score. Yeah. They haven't returned a kick in a while, like I said earlier. Like I said, I think it was Michigan State in 2020 was a punt return for a touchdown. It's almost 2 years. Like, they're complete game. Yeah, for the most part, even slow start, complete game, even though they punted. Slow, early. They're getting better. Just proud. Like I said, yeah, proud would be a good word. But monkey off the back a little bit, sigh relief. Yeah. Want to know this week. Control what you can control. Everything else will figure itself out. So, okay, there's that. We'll see what he has to say in his post-game presser. That's probably ongoing right now. Yeah, just a big win for Penn State. Even though it was against Rutgers. And like I said earlier, by God, do not lose to fucking Rutgers. They overall did today what I think they've been trying to do, as anybody, always should, and putting it together and trying to play as best as you possibly can play. And of course, you get the result you get, and sometimes it might be a little less than you're expecting. But like he said, a complete game. I thought they played, for the most part, a complete game a couple of weeks ago against Indiana on the road. Today they scored 10 more points. Yeah, they still played a complete game today, no doubt about it, even with a slow start. They just got to keep it up. That's the big thing. They can't have this go right for them and then, next week lay an egg. Or in the bowl game lay an egg. They got to continue to build. It seems like right now, after, 2 losses against 2 of the best teams in the country, who are right now in the top 5 in Michigan and Ohio State, who play next week in the game, I might add. And the loser's probably still going to be ranked ahead of Penn State after that game. Unless they get blown out or, depending on what else happens. Penn State's overall, once again, still in a good spot. Okay, they just gotta keep chopping, as Greg Schiano likes to say. Keep chopping away at it, building blocks, and they're hitting their stride right at the right fucking time. If only with 4th and 6 and 9:26 to play once again, if it would have been a different outcome. It'd be a hell of a lot of different fucking story that we talk about right now. I'm talking about, playoff picture, Big Ten title game, making the playoff, maybe a national championship for Penn State. They're just going to be right on the outside looking in again because they couldn't beat the 2 teams that they lost to once again this year in both Michigan and Ohio State. But as they continue to put the pieces together, I'll be here. So be sure to tune back in. Ongoing right now in college football, Penn State beat Auburn earlier this year. Auburn's up on Western Kentucky, 41-17. They'll win. If they beat Alabama in the Iron Bowl next week, they'll get to 6-6. Then they'll be bowl eligible, but I doubt that'll happen. Could somehow sneak in at 5-7 to the bowl game. Those teams have done in the past, but with all the bowl games, you'll have bowl eligible teams and so on and so forth. Some teams might opt out, as they have recently, for this or that. Doesn't seem like we'll get any of that though this year, as we shouldn't have got it to begin with, but we did because everybody was in fucking fear. Even with that being said, bowl eligible teams, if there aren't enough, they'll then choose from, who's next in line. Also right now in college football, Arkansas State's up on Texas State 10-3. North Carolina 17-7 leading Georgia Tech. The band is on the field at halftime. Stanford leading Cal 10-6. Marshall 23 leading Georgia Southern as well. Tennessee and South Carolina tied at 7 on ESPN. Texas Tech and Iowa State just started, as did Boise State and Wyoming. First game zeros. Wyoming leads the Boise State Broncos in some Mountain West action with two 7-3 teams on CBS Sports Network. Cowboys up 7-0 on the Broncos from the Blue Turf. In Boise, from Potato Land to Wyoming up 7-0 midway through the first quarter. Ole Miss, Arkansas, zeros. Still to kick tonight. Coming up shortly, Bedlam with Oklahoma State and Oklahoma. New Mexico State and Missouri. Battle of LA with USC and UCLA. Got Syracuse and Wake Forest, along with UAB LSU. Colorado at Washington. Colorado State Air Force. San Jose State, Utah State. Utah is going to Autzen in Eugene to take on the Ducks. Fresno State, Nevada, and UNLV, Hawaii. However, now, earlier today in college football, and this is from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, games last night, and then, everything today, with a game canceled with Coastal Carolina and Virginia, and then a postponement with Akron and Buffalo because of the snowstorm in upstate western New York. The Bills game was moved from Buffalo to Detroit, as the Bills will host the Browns tomorrow. I wish they would have, of course, still kept it in Orchard Park, though, and had a snow game, but unfortunately they moved it. Talked about that on Thursday night. But on Tuesday in the MAC, we had Bowling Green defeat Toledo 42-35. Ohio with a 32-18 win at Ball State, so that's good for Penn State. Bobcats pick up their 8th win of the year, and it looks like once again they'll be going to the MAC championship game in Motown in a couple of weeks. Eastern Michigan 31-24 win at Kent State. Also had Miami, Ohio win at Northern Illinois 29-23. Western Michigan 12-10 in a snowstorm at Central Michigan. And then on Thursday, we watched with Thursday Night Football in the NFL with the Titans and Packers. The Green Wave of Tulane, 59-24 win at home, defeating SMU. Last night in college football as well, San Diego State 34-10 win at New Mexico. And from Tulsa, The Hurricanes, with a new king in town, beat South Florida 48-42. Now, everything that's happened thus far today in college football, with once again ongoing Auburn still up 41-17 against Western Kentucky, 10-3 Arkansas State, at Texas State, 17-7 North Carolina, on Georgia Tech early third quarter. Still at halftime, Stanford 10-6 at Cal. Marshall 20, what the hell, to 10 now over Georgia Southern. Tennessee and South Carolina tied at 7. Still 0-0 at Texas Tech and Iowa State. 7-0 Wyoming hosting Boise State, as mentioned. And then games just about to kick off here at 7:30. Ole Miss, Arkansas, Bedlam with Oklahoma State, Oklahoma. As they'll play for potentially the final time, maybe the next last time as conference opponents. Of course, Oklahoma's going to be joining the SEC, and Oklahoma State's going to be staying in the Big 12. Got New Mexico State and Missouri. USC and UCLA should be a game. Syracuse, Wake Forest still to come, as well as mentioned. UAB, LSU. This is the weekend SEC schools are taking a week off and playing tune-up games before rivalry weekend next week. Colorado, Washington, Colorado State Air Force, San Jose State, Utah, Oregon is today's question of the day on social media, so be sure to vote on that as well. Fresno State, Nevada, and UNLV, Hawaii. And now, in no particular order, with final scores from today in college football this week 12, the next to last weekend in the regular season. Ohio State beat Maryland 43-30. Utah 52-26. Did I say that wrong? I think I did. BYU defeating Utah Tech 52-26. Cincinnati 23-3 win at Temple. Iowa defeated Minnesota on a game-winning field goal 13-10. UTEP 40-6 win against Florida International. Kentucky 16-6. It was 16-0, but 16-6 for the Bulldogs. They stay atop for the time being at number 1 and undefeated 11-0, defeating the Wildcats. Michigan won a game-winning field goal, as did TCU, as mentioned at the start. 19-17 win for the Wolverines over Illinois, and then TCU 29-28. Defeating Baylor. Alabama shut out Austin Peay 34-0, your final score there. Clemson got back to taking care of business, 40-10 win against Miami. Kansas State 42-31 win at West Virginia. Notre Dame shut out Boston College 44-0 as well in the battle of all the Catholics and Irish, along with Irish Catholics. Florida State 49-17 win over Louisiana Lafayette. Navy with a big upset at UCF earlier, 17-14. Oregon State 31-7 win at Arizona State. Louisville beat NC State 25-10. And then Mississippi State 56-7 win against East Tennessee State. Texas A&M did win 20-3 against UMass. Vanderbilt, as mentioned, they upset Kentucky last week. They upset Florida today, 31-24. Army beat UConn 34-17. And then Virginia Tech with a 1-point win at Liberty, 23-22. Wisconsin the same at Nebraska, 15-14. Purdue beat Northwestern by a touchdown, make it 17-9. Saw, of course, Indiana go to Michigan State and win in double overtime, 39-31 against Sparty. And of course, that game led into what we saw Penn State do at Rutgers, 55-10, your final score. Recap in a minute. Pitt beat Duke from the Steel City, 28-26. UTSA beat Rice as well, 41-7. Washington State, 31-20, defeating Arizona. Houston with a 42-3 win at East Carolina. Memphis also shut out North Alabama, 59-0. So after Penn State's shutout win against Maryland last week, the only one of the week, I believe that's 3 already today, and still more games to come. James Madison and Georgia State were in a shootout, 42-40, your final score for the Dukes in the win. App State also won, 27-14 against Old Dominion. Kansas was getting shut out. They still lost. They got blown out. Texas with the win. 55-14, your final score. So, similar final score with the two games there. South Alabama, 27-20 against Southern Miss. Troy beat Louisiana Monroe 34-16 as well. And then these final two games before these 7:30 games are now underway. And the night games in general, 26-21 win for Charlotte over Louisiana Tech, and Middle Tennessee State beat Florida Atlantic 49-21. So we'll watch more college football this evening, as we always do once we sign off. Got AEW Full Gear to watch though. NFL tomorrow as well. I'll have NFL Live Watch Long Reactions this weekend. So be sure to tune back in for that. Keep an eye out for more upcoming videos as well. Penn State to host Michigan State next Saturday. Also have that. Just don't know the kick time. Should know by the end of the night, because even though they've stated, hey, on a 6-day delay, if it's not already announced before the season begins or then a week and a half before the game, 6-day delay, still could be Monday at the latest, but should know by lunchtime tomorrow what time Penn State Michigan State's going to kick, either 12, noon, or 3:30 next week. Still don't know, of course, the channel either, but they'll be on TV, whether it's ABC, ESPN, ESPNU, ESPN2, Fox, FS1, Big Ten Network. And I got 2 more games this year, potentially be on, ABC, ESPN though, because the Big Ten's going to NBC, Fox, and CBS next year. So we'll see, what time and what channel the game's on next week. But I'll have live watch along reactions live on YouTube. Then, so be sure to tune in. As always, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening today. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Penn State has owned all time their last 2 opponents, who they've held to 10 points total when they've scored 85 themselves. Of course, speaking of Maryland and Rutgers, 30-0 last week, and then 55-10 today. And they're back on a 3-game winning streak. What would be nice is to start the year with a 5-game winning streak and then to end the year with a 5-game winning streak. Then okay, a win in between the 2 losses, but if with those 2 losses, the outcome, or at least the game ended a little differently than the way they did, I think it'd be a whole hell of a lot different story. Because once again, 4th and 6 and 9-26, but, coulda, woulda, shoulda, blah, blah, blah. That's not how it played out. They lost rather than winning. They're 9-2, though. And like I said, for Penn State to be 9-2, potentially 10-2, 11-2 at the end of the year, starting the year off with a 5-game winning streak and ending the year with a 5-game winning streak potentially, from where they've been at the past 2 years. And it was, 2 straight slow 7-win years when Franklin first arrived. And then they win the Big Ten in 16, New Year's 6 games like nonstop for the most part. As they went to the Rose Bowl, Fiesta Bowl, they did go to the Citrus Bowl, which the Citrus, I would have to think is going to be in conversation to be, moved up once the playoff expands among a few other bowl games. Because it's right there on the outside in. But no, with that being said, and then another New Year's 6 bowl, elected not to go to a bowl. Outback Bowl last year, and the Outback's right below the Citrus, in line of from the top down, from the playoff with the New Year's 6 and so on and so forth. There's 40 plus bowl games, and you get, 3 more weeks of college football at the end of the year with bowl season. They just got to keep it up, even though it's, sigh of relief, monkey off the back. 11-11 the past 2 years, 4-5, 7-6, now 9-2. Get to 10 wins, get to 11 wins if you can. Next week's still going to be tough, I think, because Michigan State will play them tough, as they always do. It's a rivalry game, it's a trophy game. Send the seniors out strong, though, with a win. And then your only home loss this year would be against Ohio State, and then that final 9-26, man, what could have been, along with, if they punt on 4th and 6 rather than go for it at Michigan. Because that's why I bring that up. 4th and 6 and 9-26. That's when the game changed, and that's when both the Wolverines and Buckeyes took control and ended up, winning the game then at that point. When Penn State had them right where they wanted them at, and they let them off the hook, and just think if they didn't leave them off the hook, like I said, I think we'd be having a totally different conversation right now. They could be 11-0. Maybe still lose one of those games. Maybe not, though. I don't know. That's why they play the games. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, though, still. They still lost them rather than won them, so they're 9-2. But still, something to be proud of. If they can get to 10, 11 wins, they're starting to put it all together. And that's what's good for them, but then dangerous for other teams, because that's what I've said. Just wait. If they can put it together, there's some serious potential. And they're coming on strong just when they need to. I mean, been nice if it would have started a little bit sooner. They would have been able to keep it going from the start of the year until now. I mean, everybody's going to stumble at some point in time, or at least have a close game or two. But they just got to get over that hump. Believe me, they're so fucking close, man. They are. And that's the tough, frustrating thing about it. Because at the end of the year, and then it's the same story, about this or that. It's just, that's what's frustrating. Because you got to go back to this or that, and it's like, well, we've been through this. History's repeating itself, good or bad way. But they're to me, they're starting to play like a complete team. They are. That's what it seems like. Then that's offense, defense, special teams, because that's, of course, what we got today. But even slow and steady wins the race. They've finally gotten back to the run game, been able to run the football extremely well, battled through injuries, but still, next man up mentality, and they got out healthy today. No injuries, it seems like. From what I saw now, that could be a different story, though. You could have a tweak here or there. And then, next week in practice, of course. But you still play with who you have. And that's why you have them, because you recruited them, because you think, they can play for it, and they think they can play for you, and so on and so forth. Like, you got to have that connection. You got to put it together. And they've been able to put it together. They're starting to put the pieces together. They're, a couple pieces short every once in a while of completing the 10,000 piece puzzle. But it's 12 games, I get every once in a while, once again, you're going to have a shitty whatever, because every dog has its day. But if they can just continue it, if they can continue to build, man, it'll be a long time coming for one. They'll celebrate this win. They'll get back to work, though, tomorrow. And then, well, I don't know if they'll have Monday off like they normally do or not, with Thanksgiving on Thursday. Of course, kids are home now for the holiday before they return for a couple weeks and then go home again for about a month. But they still got a game to play next week. And the Nation's still going to show up as they always do. Shout out to everyone that supports the blue and white. And thank you once again for tuning in and listening. But I'm just, thinking ahead, because they are so close. They are. Just continue to build, man. Continue to move forward. You can't be at this point, especially, taking any steps back. Train's going to roll one way or another. And hopefully they're all on board. Because it seems like, at this point they are. Like I said, they're playing like a complete fucking team. They played, for the most part, 2 complete games in 3 weeks. Last week a shutout win. They only scored 3 points in the second half. But, win's a win. And they pick up their 9th win today. So 55-10, your final score. Just keep at it. Just keep at it. Keep chopping once again. Keep chopping. So, with that being said, there's not really much else to be said. As I normally always say, I've said my piece. So I guess that'll do it. We're going to update some stats here in a minute, though. So make sure I don't forget anything. Penn State, of course, covered the spread. They covered the over-under by themselves. But they'll move up in the college football playoff rankings one way or another. They'll be in the top 10 Tuesday night. Just depends on how far, because there's going to be, some movement with what happened today with close games. And then, like I said, here in these late games, at least 2 Pac-12 teams will lose, because there's 2 ranked versus ranked matchups with USC and UCLA and Utah and Oregon. Whether those, teams are right in front of you or right behind you. The ones in front of you are USC and Utah. So Oregon and UCLA are behind them. Now, if they win, they could still jump Penn State. If the Ducks and Bruins will win, and then Oregon has a head-to-head win against UCLA, who knows who's still coming out of the Pac-12, for God's sakes, a little in the Big Ten West. It seems like Iowa is in control of their own destiny at this point. But then Illinois is still there. So you got to go back to that game, which was a low-scoring affair. Old school defensive showdown, Big Ten football. But the games next week with Ohio State and Michigan from the shoe. Be a top 5 matchup, unless they, drop both the Buckeyes and Wolverines a little bit with how close those games were today. we'll see. But Penn State's going to move up. And like I said earlier, Penn State overall as well, I might add, at the time of the final college football playoff rankings, 2 weeks from tomorrow, when the bowl games are also announced after the conference title games, they very well could be and probably will be, I'd have to think, just with what's going to happen, because everybody's going to play each other still. Should be in the top 8. And they, should be able to get into New Year's Six Bowl. It's all just going to depend on what happens, though, in front of them. If not, it'd be the Citrus, let alone the Outback at worst. Because they have head-to-head wins and, more wins than just 2 teams in the conference. They're the 3rd best team in the Big Ten, and all 3 of those teams, the other 2 who they lost to, Michigan, Ohio State, ahead of them. Penn State's right there at 3, and then you'd have to go out west, Illinois, Iowa, so on and so forth from there. Because we still don't know who the hell's coming out of the Big Ten West. Minnesota's there, as is Wisconsin. Purdue's interesting still. But that's the thing. I think Iowa, controls her own destiny, and it's going to come down to Illinois and Iowa. And that game already happened, and the Fighting Illini, I believe, won that game, if I'm not mistaken. And as mentioned, a low-scoring defensive showdown in the Big Ten West, or the Big Ten East, excuse me. And we'll see who comes out of the Big Ten West there. It's going to be either Michigan or Ohio State, whoever wins that game next week. We'll get to Indy to take on whoever comes out of the Big Ten West. And then, does the Big Ten get 1, maybe 2 teams in the playoff? Penn State's going to be sitting right there, but they're going to be right behind, both Michigan and Ohio State still, because they lost to them. You would have to think, unless they jump them one way or another, which I highly doubt that'll happen. Never say never, though. See how they, shake it out, but I'll leave it at that. Like I said, there's not really much else to be said. Penn State wins at 55-10 against Rutgers. They get to 9-2. James Franklin picks up his 100th career win, 76th at Penn State. They covered the spread, hit the over-under by themselves, got out unscathed with injuries. They were able to run the ball for 237 yards and 3 touchdowns a day, with 2 running backs and 2 quarterbacks, for that matter, I might add. Had 2 defensive touchdowns off of turnovers. Had a special teams touchdown, 100-yard kickoff return. Did have to settle for, 2 field goals there. Could have had a, max like 69, 70 points. Scored 55, though. Really, you think about it, it'd be like, 60, 63, 70 point total for them in the officially 55-10 win at Rutgers. But yeah, Gabagool on a Saturday night sounds pretty damn good, especially when Penn State defeats Rutgers. And they still haven't lost to the Scarlet Knights, I might add, since 1988. So, Sean Clifford, 17-26, $157, and a touchdown. Drew Aller was 5-10, 42 yards passing. Clifford had 7 carries, 35 yards rushing, and a rushing touchdown as well. Drew Aller, 6-27, and also had a rushing touchdown himself. Nick Singleton, 9-62 on the ground. We'll give him another 7 yards for 9.69 for the hell of it. Katron Allen, the fat man, 100-yard rushing game, 11 carries, $117, and a touchdown. Singleton had over 100 all-purpose yards, though, I might add. As he did have a catch for 5 yards, and then Katron had 2 catches, 10 yards out of the backfield. Nick Singleton had a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. So, yeah, Penn State scores 50-plus for the first time in almost 2 years. They have a special teams return for a touchdown, kickoff punt return for a touchdown in almost 2 years as well. Running games there, just continue to build, man. That's what I'm saying. Just keep at it. keep working. It's going to pay off. Knock on wood, hopefully it will. It'll pay off. The more you work at it, the better you're going to get. Practice makes perfect. Practice? Talking about practice? Playoffs? Killing me? Playoffs? But no. Hell, and Johnny Dixon almost had a pick 6, but they still capitalized with that turnover anyway, and they still ended up scoring off of that. So, all around, just a damn good day. Big win for Penn State, 55-10 at Rutgers. Tinsley led the team in receiving, had 5 catches, 63 yards. Harrison Wallace, 349. Brent Strange had 4 catches, 24 yards. Warren, a catch for 10 yards and the touchdown. Omari Evans had a catch for 11 yards late. Liam Clifford had a catch for 10 yards. Katron, as mentioned, 10-yard receiving. Kendra Lambert-Smith, 3-9. Dinkins had a catch for 8 yards. Singleton, 1 for 5. So, dishing out everywhere. They're, hurting without Parker Washington at times. Not much. It seems like they'll be okay without him, just like it seems like they've been okay without Joey Porter Jr. in the back end on the defense. Because that's the way they've been able to recruit. They still have playmakers. They still have players. Fill spots. It's next man up mentality with the injuries. And, luckily they got out unscathed and nobody hurt today. Defensively, with tackles, Curtis Jacobs had a sack, as did Abdul Carter, Dominic DeLuca, Tyler Elsden as well. So Penn State with 4 sacks, 15 tackles for loss again. Jacobs and Carter with 2 apiece. You can add Mean Vanover to that list. And then Keaton Ellis had a tackle for loss, as did Beeman, Elsden, Marquise Wilson, Kevin Winston Jr., Nick Tarburton, Sutherland, I might add as well. Just everybody is getting involved. And they're playing like a fucking team, which is what you want. You don't want, them to be good at this or that unless they find a way to win, and that's all that matters. You want to be clicking on all cylinders, and man, are they. Because they sure as hell are. Pinniger had a field goal. Sanders Sahadak had a field goal. They punted 7 times. But Rutgers defensively was making some stops on them earlier, had them in a tough spot, and then Penn State got out of that hole, and they were down 3-0, then led 7-3. Down 3 again at 10-7. They scored 48 unanswered, 155-10. Only 4 of 16 on 3rd down, but they were perfect. 2 of 2 on 4th down, and then the 7 punts. Had a good 300 more total yards than Rutgers did. And it was for the most part in rushing. Penn State had 205 more yards rushing than Rutgers did. 8 total penalties. They're still undefeated when they have the ball for 30-plus more minutes. Time possession, 30-23 to 29-37. They did turn it over, but Rutgers couldn't capitalize. Rutgers turned it over a couple times. Penn State capitalized. So, 55-10, your final score. 9-2 now are the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions, and they'll host Michigan State next Saturday for Senior Day. And hope so by then I'll have live watch along actions live right here on YouTube, so be sure to tune in. And in the meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. We are Penn State Nittany Lions win it officially 55-10 at Rutgers this